for there's a Luigi. He is kind to me. Kindness, Luigi is very kind to us. He is the nicest.
Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi.
Call in evil Mario so he can be kind. Luigi is kind. He is so pink and nice to everyone. He likes butterflies.
Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi, kindness. Kindness, Luigi.
Aber dann kommt jetzt erst einmal der Franz Lang.
Und was hat der?
Die Hermann-Löns-Medaille in Platin vor kurzem bekommen.
Ach was, ich meine doch medizinisch gesehen. Blutgruppe.
Vollblutmusikant.
Aber irgendwelche Beschwerden muss er doch haben.
Was? Der Franzl. Aber den kennen's schlecht. Der beschwert sich über nichts. Der hat an allem seine Freude. Und übrigens lebt er nur nach der Devise auf und voll Lebenslust.
Und voll Übermut, keinen Kummer in der Brust und Juche im Blut. Auf und auf, was kostet die Welt, heim kehrt mir der Tod. Denn es hat sich herausgestellt, dass wir als Leben muss. Lustigkeit, rundum voller Freit. Nie war mir mein Herz so weit, so voll Seligkeit. Auf und auf, ich weiß nicht wie, mir von oben klingt. Heut hab ich mein Herz wie mir an die Welt verschickt.
But, Brian, you know what they say? Some things in life are bad. They can really make you mad. Other things just make you swear and curse. When you're chewing on life's gristle, don't grumble, give a whistle. And this'll help things turn out for the best. And always look on the bright side of life. Always look on the light side of life. If life seems jolly rotten, there's something you've forgotten, and that's to laugh and smile and dance and sing. When you're feeling in the dumps, don't be silly chumps. Just purse your lips and whistle, that's the thing. And always look on the bright side of life. Come on. Always look on the right side of life. For life is quite absurd, and death's the final word. You must always face the curtain with a bow. Forget about your scene, give the audience a grin. Enjoy it, it's your last chance anyhow. So always look on the bright side of death. Just before you draw your terminal breath. Life's a piece of shit when you look at it. Life's a laugh and death's a joke, it's true. You'll see it's all a show, keep 'em laughing as you go. Just remember that the last laugh is on you. And always look on the right side of life. Always look on the right side of life. Come on, Brian, cheer up. Always look on the right side of life. Always look on the right side of life. First things happen to see, you know. Always look on the right side. What you got to lose? You know, you come from nothing, you're going back to nothing. What you lost? Nothing. Look on the right side of life. Nothing will come from nothing, you know what I say? Cheer up, you old bugger. Come on, give us a grin. There you are. See? It's the end of the film. Incidentally, this record's available in the foyer. Someone's got to live as well, you know. Who do you think pays for all this rubbish? Always look on make the money back, you know. I told him. I said to him, Bernie, I said, they'll never make that money back.
Be certified, bitch.
Seen this bad girl at the store, she like a honey bun. She brown skin bad, man, she like a honey bun. So I had to hit her with the, where you from? I might have to DM, she a honey bun. Had to hit her up, sweet honey iced tea. Why this nigga mad? Cause he look like iced tea. My brother in the back room, that nigga like iced tea. Make sure my shoes fresh, them bitches Nike. Feel like Chip Scott, like my shiny teeth in me. Hit her with the black and yellow, just like Bumblebee. I never fumble the money, cause it's calling me. I feel like a baller on the court, but not shooting three. Bitch, I feel strong today, woke up like Hercules. Need to go back to school, what the fuck is a hyperbole? Why the hell I hit my mouth, now I got no teeth. Went and moved to the forest, they say I'm a beast. Hey, she a honey bun, she a honey she a honey bun, she a honey she a honey bun, 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 yeah. Seen this bad girl at the store, she like a honey bun. She brown skin bad, man, she like a honey bun. So I had to hit her with the where you from? I might have to DM, she a honey bun. Had to hit her up, sweet honey iced tea. Why this nigga mad? Cause he look like iced tea. My brother in the back room, that nigga like iced tea. Make sure my shoes fresh, them bitches Nike. Feel like Chip Scott, like my shiny teeth in me.
Hey guys, how's it going? Hello, hello. How's it going, Ben? How's it going, Cropan? Sunny Dunny, Atomic, Ula. Oh, wow, 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 wow. Hello. Hey, Pento. Hey, Jason Mater. Stefan, hello. Welcome, everyone. So, in case you didn't hear, today is animation class day. We're going to be doing a whole animation lesson today. I have a whole presentation and everything ready to go. At the end of it, the plan is to upload it to YouTube, so even if you missed some of it, hopefully there will be a video in the future. But the benefit of being here is that if you have any questions or you want me to go over anything in specific for animation, you can just ask me. And I'd be happy to share. Finally, I'm gonna try and not curse. It's gonna be hard because I want my stuff to be like for everybody. Yeah, how's it going, everyone? How are you guys all doing? Hi, Kiki Nick. I don't know if I said hi, Vert, but hi, Vert. Yeah, a whole ass tutorial. We'll see. I have a little piece of audio I want to animate too. We'll see how finished it gets. You know, it might be like more concepts, like talking over like concepts rather than like we're gonna finish a whole ass animation on stream, because that would be difficult. But we'll see. Is this not as epic as the last tutorial? Definitely not. No, it's not gonna be as educational as the last one. That's hard to top though, you know. But we'll try. We'll try. Oh, Junie's gonna be here. Oh, kick ass. Kick fucking ass. Sorry, I'm gonna try and not curse. I'm probably gonna fail at that, but that's fine. So I was promoting this all over the gosh darn place. I didn't even get a chance to get my coffee. So if you guys will give me a second, I'm gonna go grab coffee real quick. Because boy, am I gonna need it. But yeah, let me grab coffee real quick. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. See you guys in a second. Alrighty, I'm back. Let's, oh, Bomberman Hero is so good. Let's pick out some royalty-free music to put on. This one's really good, though. The issue with, video game music is, sometimes it's copyright. Or sometimes it gets dinged. But I think I have a playlist here of copyright-free stuff. How does this stuff sound? The problem with copyright-free is it sucks! I don't like that it has lyrics. That one kind of stinks. I suppose we could just do silent. What about... Oh, I think this playlist might be pretty good. Not this song. But I think the other songs... This is just Nintendo eShop music. I think this will be a good one. I think these ones are okay to play. Be heading home to the animation labs. Gonna be watching on a phone. Sounds good. Drive safe, Jason Mater. Hey, MTK. Yeah, you could make your own Shirt Tales episode. Honestly, you guys could probably make a better episode than the real thing. Kevin, fucking finally! What's gonna happen? Alright, I've boiled some brown. Think I'm just about ready. Think I'm just about set up. Oh, you're walking. Even better. Awesome, awesome. Alrighty.
Olive Garden. When you're
Whoa,
here, you're
timing. False start. Thank you, Maj. Thank you. $92 months. Holy fucking goddamn shit. Thank you, Maj. Do I want chat on screen? I think I might. I was thinking it wouldn't be a problem, but it's a little bit distracting. Okay. Alright, starting. Beep boop bop, 3, 2, 1. Hi everyone! Welcome to the animation class live stream. Today we're going to be talking about how to animate. My attempt is going to be to teach a whole animation class here on stream. We've got people in Twitch chat here asking me questions. If you would like to join, you can join me on twitch.tv/JesseJJones and ask me questions while we're doing this class live. I'd like to thank everyone who's been on Twitch supporting me. This is the reason that this is happening, is because people have supported me on Twitch with their support and their subscriptions and everything. So thank you. Couldn't do this without you guys, so that's a big deal, and I just wanted to say thank you. I love teaching animation. It's my favorite thing to do. So I'm really looking forward to this one. So yeah, who am I? Hi, I'm Jesse. I graduated from the Art Institute back in 2009. I've been working in animation ever since, except for a Subway job that one time. I've worked for a bunch of different clients. Worked in TV, movies, film. All sorts of stuff. I've gotten to work on some very cool projects. I'm very lucky in that way. And I'm very proud of a lot of the work that I've done. And I've also been teaching animation on YouTube. I'm sure most people probably know that, but if you don't, my YouTube channel has animation tutorials on it. Right now I'm working on a Moho tutorial. That's probably the next thing I want to teach how to animate with. But anyways, this is me. So I've been working in the industry for a long time. I still feel like I'm learning, but I also feel like I have some things I could share that are hopefully helpful. So the goal of this stream, is that I want you guys to be able to create something by the end of it. My hope is that you'll have kind of a direction on where to go, how to get started, even if you've never animated before. We're going to talk about animation software a little bit, because there's way more to pick from than there was when I started with animation. And everyone's different. There's so many different like needs and what works for people, what doesn't work for some people. So we'll talk about that a little bit. We'll talk about how to plan out an animation, how to take an idea in your head and create it step by step into a whole animation scene that you can upload to YouTube. So those are our goals for the stream today. To briefly go over some animation apps, I've kind of put the most popular ones in this list here. This is not a full list by any means. Starting with Adobe Animate, I don't like it. I'll say it straight up. I don't like Adobe Animate. I think it's bad. I don't like Adobe. I don't like supporting Adobe. I think the brushes in Animate are bad. I think the features in it are not up to standard. I feel like it's kind of gotten left behind. That being said, Animate is so easy to use. It's so easy to learn. And you can still do some pretty cool stuff with Animate. There's nothing saying you can't make good animation with Adobe Animate. People do all the time. So if it's what you want to use, feel free. The only con, or not the only con, but one con that I really don't like is any animation software that's by subscription. I really don't like that pricing model. I think people should be allowed to own their software. Call me a funny bunny, but... So Toon Boom Harmony used to be a pro in that regard. Toon Boom Harmony used to offer permanent licenses, and they don't anymore. And it hurts my heart. It makes me so sad. So for that reason, I can't really recommend Toon Boom Harmony that much anymore. It was already expensive to begin with, and now it's even more so because it's just infinite money because of the subscription. But it's a software I personally like to use. I bought a permanent license for version 20 forever ago, and it does everything I need it to. It's my favorite. I love Toon Boom Harmony. The reason I mostly like Toon Boom Harmony is because you can do everything in it. You can do puppeted animation, you can do frame-by-frame animation in it really well. I like the brushes in it. You can do vector brushes or kind of raster brushes in it, meaning more like Photoshop kind of brushes. It's very cool. I like Toon Boom Harmony a lot. Just a shame about the permanent licenses going away for no reason other than greed. TV Paint. A lot of people that I know use TV Paint. I've used it a little bit and really liked it. What I liked about TV Paint was that it felt like a very like frame by frame kind of workflow, you know? It felt like you know, the software kind of gets out of your way, if that makes sense. And it's just really easy to manipulate the timeline, move drawings around, and just draw frame-by-frame animation with it. The cons are, it's expensive, but it also, like, comes in a permanent license, which is pretty poggers. Another con I probably should have put is TV Paint is raster only, meaning it only draws with, like, Photoshop pixel brushes. It doesn't do vector. And I don't know if this is still the case. I think TV Paint's worked on this a little bit, but TV Paint, last I used it, kind of operated in a destructive workflow, meaning that if you took a drawing and you rotated it, it permanently applies that rotation. So if you rotated your character back to where it was before after that, it would like lose quality because it's applying that rotation to that drawing, you know? But if you're fine with that, if you're fine with, it's really good for rough animation for that reason. If you're roughing things out and you don't care about it being, you know, perfect quality all the time, that's okay. Just something to keep in mind. It's raster and it's destructive editing because it's not vector. Blender is an interesting one. I admittedly need to use Grease Pencil more because they've updated it since I last used it. I really liked it. I thought it was quite clunky and weird to use, but the fact that it's free is huge, and the fact that you can do 3D stuff in it as well is also huge. The biggest con is just the learning curve for it. It's weird, like, coloring in it and stuff. And because it's a 3D program, it's not really made to animate in 2D, so it feels like it's not focused on that, you know? Which is understandable, because it's not a 2D program. Clip Studio Paint. A lot of people have Clip Studio Paint, and I wanted to include it because, just because it would be familiar with so many people. Like, a lot of people probably already have Clip Studio Paint, and maybe haven't animated in it yet. You should. There's two versions of Clip Studio Paint. There's the EX and the Pro version. I always think the Pro version is the one that has the full animation capabilities, but it's not. I think it's EX is the one that has the full timeline. I think in Pro you only get 24 frames, which is enough for doing like loops at like 12 frames per second or something. And yeah, that's true. We've talked about how expensive all these programs are. Clip Studio Paint is incredibly cheap and goes on sale a lot of the time. And I believe they still offer permanent licenses. There was a lot of hullabaloo about them going subscription, but I believe you can still get permanent licenses with Clip Studio. My only drawback with Clip Studio is the timeline is a little bit, like, not intuitive. It feels like the opposite of TV Paint, where the timeline kind of gets in the way of your workflow, at least in my experience. But there are, like, plugins and auto actions you can get to kind of speed up that workflow and make it a bit more intuitive. But yeah, Clip Studio is a great one. If that's the one you have, I definitely recommend it. So I wanted to bring up animation apps just for people that wanted to follow along or animate after the stream is over. Just what app do you want to work in? What would you like to work in? Some honorable mentions, some things that didn't make my list, but are still quite good. Krita will always be like my big go-to to recommend to people because it's free, it's open source. It's a lot like TV Paint. It's incredible that a program like that is free. The timeline is super, like, easy to use. It's got good brushes. It's a little bit clunky to use. It's got some clunkiness to it that doesn't feel like Photoshop, but once you get used to that, Krita's great. I love Krita a lot. A lot of people have iPads. People are making art on their iPads a lot of the time, so I wanted to include some iPad apps that I'd recommend. I didn't include Dreams because I've not used it, and I've heard, like, middling things about Dreams by Procreate. So I just wanted to include the Procreate base app in it. This is just me talking about Procreate, just the drawing program. Did you know it has a timeline in it? And it's actually, like, super easy to use. I love animating in Procreate, just the base drawing app. It's really fun, actually. All it is just a timeline and an onion skin. But you know what? For doing, like, really simple animation stuff, that's all you need. And it's got great brushes. I love drawing in Procreate. If you want a few more features, I love Calipeg. I need to use it more, but Calipeg's great. It's got a ton of features to it. It's got a really easy timeline to use. It's got really good gestures for, like, flipping your animation back and forth. You can even do motion tweens with it, so you could even do, like, puppeted stuff with it. It's a really cool app. I'd highly recommend checking out Calipeg if you want to animate on your iPad. And Paper. Yes, Paper needs a mention because Paper's amazing and everyone has access to it. There's so many tutorials on how to get a Paper animation set up at home. I even have an animation or a Paper animation tutorial on my YouTube if you want to check out if you're Paper curious. It's how we started animating, and you know what? It still works today. So don't feel like you need any fancy technology or apps or any expensive animation program. Paper is more than enough. Ever tried OpenTunes? I don't like OpenTunes. OpenTunes makes my face frown. Just every experience I've tried with OpenTunes has been a nightmare for me. I don't like recommending it, and I'll never make a tutorial for it because I don't want people to use it. But that leads us into our next slide. The tool you use, it does not matter. No one should ever tell you that you're making art wrong or that you shouldn't be doing art a certain way. A lot of times there's snobbery with animation apps, especially. People will be like, oh, I can't believe you're using Flash. Don't let people do that. Use what works for you, you know? If it's helping you tell your story and make your art, that's what matters. Don't let people tell you not to make something a certain way. So if OpenTunes or Flash or whatever you use works for you, that's the important thing. I want you guys to make stuff. And that's kind of what this class is really about. I want people to just like make things and not worry about like quote unquote doing it right, you know? Cartoons are fun and making art is fun. And I want you guys to have fun making art and not worry about making it the right way or making it perfect, you know? So small rant aside. Let's get started. This is the part where I quickly like transition into us getting started, and it happens really quickly and smoothly, and a seamless transition happens where I move on to the next screen. And so I'm going to be using Toon Boom Harmony just because it's my animation app of choice. It's what I'm familiar with. Let's do this. Let's resize it so you can kind of see what we're doing a little bit better. Does anyone have any questions or anything you want me to go over or talk about while we're kind of moving on here? Let's get started. Here we go. Seamless transition. Yeah, Ula, don't let Kevin bully you. If you want to make art with Pringles cans, like, that's your prerogative. Hey, Nervous Bat, how's it going? Just take a minute to say hi to everyone. Hi, Brave. Let's get started. Oh, Sharpie and sticky notes is huge. Not too keen on OpenTunes. Yeah, just to go over it a little bit more. OpenTunes was like literally glitchy for me. I was doing a cleanup project for someone and I wasn't doing anything wrong. I was sending them videos being like, hey, this is happening for me in this program. It won't fill in properly. And they were literally like, yeah, that's just how the program is. It just doesn't work sometimes. And it's just like, okay, cool. So yeah, I have a contentious relationship with OpenTunes. People ask me to make tutorials for it for decades, and I never will. But I've seen on YouTube, there's a lot of OpenTunes tutorials out there already. All right, let me just get my lesson plan notes here. Point, point, point. Point, 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 point. Point, point, point. OpenTunes is the Geldonia of animation programs, it's true. People can do some kick-ass stuff in Geldonia, I tell you what. It just might not be the best is all. All right. Let's get started. All right. So here I'm using Toon Boom Harmony. It's going to be my animation app of choice. I'll try to keep things broad though. I want this to be applicable for anyone who's animating in whatever program or even on paper. Paper might be a little bit different. It'd be a different workflow. But anyways, so the way I want to teach an animation scene is finding a piece of audio that would be fun to animate to. I think that would be a fun way to have fun with the project and just get started animating something. We could do the old bouncing ball, and I think there's a lot of validity to doing bouncing ball exercises. You learn a lot. You learn about easing. You learn about squash and stretch. Keeping volumes consistent. Bouncing balls are huge and important. But I wanted to show how to animate something fun. So we're going to animate a piece of audio. So I'm going to import, and it's probably going to be similar in your animation app, but in Toon Boom Harmony, to import audio, you go up to File, Import, Sound. Then we're going to browse for... Let's do this off screen. Where did I put it? I'm trying to not make as many like ums and rumpumpas so I don't have to edit so much out. Let's see. Use frame by frame for squash and stretch for fun to animate. I love squash and stretch. It was like one of the first animation principles I learned. Funny audio to edit or animate. All right, so I've got my piece of audio, so I'm going to import it by selecting it and clicking open. And it might be a little bit hard to see, but I have my my audio right here, and I've got my waveform. And in Toon Boom Harmony, it defaults at 60 frames for my animation scene, and I know my audio is longer than that, so I'm going to make my scene longer by going up to Scene, Scene Length. And I'm going to set it to like 500, I think. Scroll through and see how long it actually is. So it looks like it cuts off around 300. So I'm going to go up to Scene, Scene Length, set it to 300. Oh, and the settings that we're doing for our animation scene, if I go up to Scene and then Scene Settings, we are animating at 1920 by 1080 at 24 frames per second. That's pretty standard for most animation projects. That's like 99% of the time the settings I'll be animating in. So press OK. And here's the here's the audio that we have to animate for.
Got a minute?
Get out of my space,
Jesus!
boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it. So, really short piece of animation. Try to keep it, like, as short as possible. Ideally, less than 5 seconds would be great. 10 seconds at most. Why is 24 frames per second the standard? I don't actually know. I know it's been that way for a long time and people have gotten used to it. If there's an actual reason for it, I've forgotten. I'm sure I knew at one point. Do you animate for vertical media as well? I do not. I never use TikTok, so I never think about TikTok. If you wanted to animate for vertical, what you could do is create a scene kind of like this. So I have my 1920 by 1080 square right here. And if I take my rectangle tool and then just trace over that square like that, so I have a duplicate copy. Oops, let's get rid of the fill in. So if you take that outline, that rectangle outline, and you just rotate it and hold shift, that'll give you kind of this cross scene to animate with. So this way you can kind of figure out like how to animate so you're fitting both horizontal and vertical formats. So you'll be basically animating a square, like you'll be animating inside of this whole square. And then when you export, you could export it either horizontally or vertically, whatever your platform is. So if you want it to work for both, this is how I would set it up, is something like that. But like I said, I usually don't animate for vertical content. I just make it horizontal and just upload it that way. Is it because it's easily broken down into halves, thirds, quarters, 6/8, etc.? Oh, that would make sense. Yeah, that's a great reason to animate at 24 frames per second, actually. Power Rangers the movie! Alright, so we've got our audio. The first thing I would recommend doing is figuring out your characters. So, these are kind of pre-established characters, they're just Oni Plays characters. And they're fairly simple. Are we animating on 1s or 2s? It'll depend. I kind of like going by feel. I don't like being like, alright, we're only going to stick to 2s or we're only going to stick to 1s. I like switching it up, you know? Kind of going by feeling and stuff. So let's figure out our characters here. I'm just gonna sketch some really rough ideas for so we have 3 characters. We have Oni, we have Julian, and we have the cat. We have Power Rangers the movie. So just thinking about simple shapes for my character designs. A lot of classic animation characters have basically spheres for heads and then beans for bodies. Kind of like that. And the reason the body's sort of a bean shape is because it's sort of emulating like a rib cage and then your hip bones. Like that. So it's like a simplification of an actual skeleton. So even though they look like cartoons, there's still like consideration to a little bit of anatomy going on with them. So we'll just keep them as simple bean bodies with little tube leggies, really simple feet. The simpler you keep your characters, the easier it's going to be to animate. If you have think about like every line that you add to your character is adding like another hour to your project, you know? Even simple things like hashing or striping or like adding buttons to a shirt, like those are all lines you're going to be drawing over and over and over again. So just something to think about when you're creating your character designs. Like try to keep it reasonable, you know? Try to keep it kind of simple. Hey Karen, how's it going? Animated on ads where it's for phone and TV, so they indicate where it'll be shown when you watch on each device. Ends up being hidden a lot in TV though, sadly, because of the way it cuts. Yeah. Hey Silver Jazz, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the animation class. So I'm just gonna keep my characters super simple here. Very generic body, like super easy to animate. Just bean body. 2 body parts. What does Chris's hair look like? I think it's just like spiky, right? Oh, Moika, how's it going? Hello, hello. And Draco, hi guys. Yeah, you remember, just speaking on the 24 frames per second thing, do you remember when the Hobbit movie came out and they were advertising that it was in 45 frames per second, like super smooth motion. It didn't stick because people didn't like it. It was like uncanny and weird. I'm sure there's like a scientific reason for that. Why people don't like high frame rate movies necessarily. I don't know it off the top of my head. We could do some research, but that would be a fun rabbit hole to go down. I think soap operas are done at a different frame rate, and that's why soap operas look really weird as well, you know? They like have that weird look to them. They don't look like other TV or movies. But yeah, I know people are just like super used to 24 frames per second. Like we've just been looking at movies for that way for so long. Don't like his hair. Want to keep it kind of more simple. Maybe something like that. That looks cute. And then Julian. I've wanted to animate this piece of audio forever. Hey HDMZ, how's it going? Guessing because motion is blurred for us IRL and a higher frame rate hides the natural blur of the world. That's probably true. Then you have those 29.97 FPS psychos. Actually, the last project I worked on wasn't 24 just solid. It was like 23.97 or whatever. There's probably a reason for that as well, why that frame rate exists. But I do not know it. So Julian has a beard. Actually, before we get onto facial stuff, let's figure out his body. So Julian's a little bit bigger than Chris. He's a bigger boy. So we'll give him a little bit wider of a bean. We'll make all of his features a little bit more stout. Be cute to give him a little t-shirt maybe. Make him look a bit different. .97 is an error or something from some American system. Is that true? That's interesting. Yeah, I literally, the last project I worked on was at that frame rate. I can't remember the last time I worked on something at that frame rate before. I think it has something to do with, like, the editing program that was being used. Or maybe to work with, like, editing software. It's a technical thing for NTSC because they needed to include color information. Huh. The nice thing about Toon Boom Harmony is it has those weird frame rates built in as presets, so you don't have to remember the exact number. You can just select it from a drop-down menu. Very handy. Oh yeah, and he has a mustache. Julian. So Julian has kind of like pompadour hair, a little bit, kind of like this. Something as such. I don't know if I like that side part, actually. Hey, Texie Artist, thank you for the follow. Welcome. We're coming up with our character designs for our animation project right now, is the step we're on. And if you wanted to really, like, fully take this step to where I would recommend, I do, like, a full character turnaround with these characters. We're not gonna do that, because that would take way too much time. There's too many subjects to go over, but yeah, if you do a character turnaround with your characters, you'd learn a lot about, like, you know, mistakes in your character design or where things could be simplified. Doing a character turnaround's a huge exercise to learn your character inside and out. Would highly recommend doing that before starting your animation. Julian. Here's Oni. And then Power Rangers the movie is... he's a messed up cat. He's seen better days. He's not doing okay. All he can say is Power Rangers the movie. He has an ear with a bite taken out of it. What is a character turnaround? I actually have an example I could pull up. I was thinking about doing an animation with a pre-made character turnaround that I have. But I kind of wanted to do something new, because I've animated with that character before. I kind of wanted to do something new and different. And like I said, I've been wanting to animate this audio forever. Turn around and find out. Power Rangers the movie. Maybe his tail has a bite taken out of it as well. He's seen better days. Something like that. So there's our characters. Let me show you what an actual turnaround would look like. So I'm gonna import an image by going up to File, Import, and then Image. I'm gonna click Browse. The last thing I was looking up was shirt tails. Let's see, where did I keep it? Adventure Cat? I think it's in here. Character design. Here we go. Open. So I made this turnaround for an animation class a long time ago. So this is a character turnaround. So it's every view of your character that would be useful to do. I really like using this character as an example because he's super simple. Again, he's just a circular kind of ovular head, bean body. He's got a little sack attached to his belt that could have fun, like, secondary motion to it. Overlapping action. And you see these horizontal lines? This is to keep your character consistent from view to view. So you can see I did lines for the top of his skull, the bottom of his skull, where his neck ends, where his crotch is, where his feet are on the ground. And doing that, I was able to kind of visualize this character in 3D. Which, even though we're animating in 2D, these are 3D characters we're moving around. So that's one reason why doing a turnaround is so huge, is because you kind of figure out and you get more intimate with how your character turns around in 3D, so you can move them in a space and perspective. So I'm pretty happy with these sketches. I'm pretty happy with these characters. So I'm just gonna put a little white background behind them. Let's see, let's Let's turn off our color card so you can see what we're doing here. So I'm going to use this as my reference, so I'm going to keep it off to a place where I can reference it the whole time. Some people put it at the bottom, some people put it at the side. It's kind of wherever is most convenient for you. I think I'm going to put it off to the side over here so I can reference them. Yeah, super squashy stretchy. Alright, so after you've got your character designs, now it's time to start planning out how you want your story to go. So we have our stage here. You can see a rectangle showing where our camera view is. So everything inside of this camera, or everything inside of this rectangle, is going to be in our animation. Everything outside of that rectangle is going to be outside the animation, right? So this is kind of like our camera view. So the first thing I'm going to do, after I name my layers, is I'm going to make a new layer by clicking the new layer button, and I'm going to press BG for background. And the background I'm going to keep super simple for now, and just make it a white rectangle the size of my camera, just like that. And I'm going to make sure it extends for the length of my entire animation, just like that. Just clean up these extra layers we don't need. And then I'm going to make a new layer, and we're going to call it thumbnails. So the idea behind thumbnails is they're really small, simple drawings that don't take any time at all. So I'm going to find a brush that I like to sketch with. And what I like to do for thumbnail drawings is get a brush that's fairly thick, fairly fat, so you can't do detail, and zoom out your animation. So the size is about like this, right? So when you're drawing your characters, keep them super simple. Like, all the details should really be like stuff like this. These drawings don't need to be anything you need to show to people. That's kind of the point, is that they only take like seconds to draw, because if they don't work, you're not sad about deleting them, right? Thumbnailing's super important in animation. It's where all of your like ideas come from. It's where, you know, your acting poses come from. It's like your planning stage. And the nice thing about thumbnailing is, because you're looking at it so zoomed out, you kind of get a natural sense of how things look compositionally wise. If it's like balanced, if things look balanced, so when you actually render it into an animation, it's just naturally like a good composition. Something that's a little bit harder to do when you're zoomed in all the way and you're drawing your characters, you know? It might be a little bit harder to have things be balanced or in a good composition, you know? Things might be off to the side, or like a very unappealing, like not very interesting kind of composition. And then once you zoom out, it's like, you know, not as good. So yeah, let's listen to our audio again. Let's listen to our audio a couple of times. Let's kind of like visualize in our head what we want to do. I've heard this audio so many times, I already kind of have it in my head, but you guys haven't heard it a million billion times, so let's listen to it like 3 times. Hey Gad, how's it going? We'll put it on loop, play it through 3 times or so.
Got a minute?
Get out of my face,
Jesus!
boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
Got a minute?
Get out of my face,
Jesus!
boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it.
Got a minute?
Get out of my face,
Jesus!
boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
Oh, it still makes me laugh. Okay, so, they're playing Shenmue, and the audio starts off with a girl just being like, get out of my face. So I was imagining, we'll keep zoomed out. I was imagining they were watching like on a really crappy like broken TV. You know, with like cracks in it and stuff. That they were watching like they were watching Shenmue being like, hey, got a minute? Maybe here's like the background. There's like cracks on the wall in the back. Maybe there's some garbage down here. I'm gonna extend this this layer so it's my whole animation length.
Got a minute?
And then when the lady is like, get out of my face, I'm just gonna duplicate this drawing and just delete everything inside of the frame and just have a really angry lady. Just be like, get out of my face. Hey, world.
Get out of my face.
And then here's where we cut to Oni and Julian. I think we'll have them, they should be on a couch, right? So we'll have Oni over here. Just being like, Jesus Christ. Julian, what if you had a cat and it didn't say anything cool? It just said, Power Rangers the movie. Hey, Oatmeal. So he's gonna be kind of like shocked, maybe leaning forward. Like, Jesus. Julian's back here, kind of more relaxing. Give him his mustache. Have him chilling out. So again, these are like really quick sketches. These only need to make sense to you. You know, this doesn't look like a couch, but I'll know it's a couch.
Jesus!
So after he exclaims, then maybe he sits back. So I'm gonna duplicate this drawing. And then just delete the Chris drawing, because I want Julian to stay in the same place. Delete Chris here, have Chris lean back in his couch. Just kind of dumbfounded. Like, look at these potato people, you know? All we're trying to figure out is just like story beats and like loosely what the composition is gonna be. We're not making good drawings right now. In fact, in animation, you don't make good drawings for a long, long time. Good drawings don't come for a while. You kind of want to focus on just being fast and loose.
Julian, okay, what if you had a... Julian... Jesus! Julian, okay, what if you had a...
Okay, so he's talking, so just have his mouth open. Maybe Julian's looking at him while he's talking.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat? Okay, what if you had a...
So he starts explaining here. So I'm gonna have Chris kind of like hold out his hands and start like gesturing, just being like, hey, think about this. Think about this scenario I'm dropping on you. Think about this really cool scenario I'm gonna talk to you about. Just think about this for a second. And something that's helpful for me, for acting, I know it's uncomfortable. I know nobody wants to do it, but recording yourself acting things out is so helpful. Pretty much everyone has a webcam, right? Like, you don't even need to, like, get up out of your chair. You could just, like, turn on your camera app on your computer and just act in front of your webcam. There's a simple little record button. You don't even have to go anywhere. It's so easy. You don't need to show anybody. In fact, you shouldn't. It's just for you. And just try acting it out a few times. And then play it back. You might be surprised what kind of subtleties and like things you didn't think about drawing kind of pop up, you know? Little like eye darts or like the way you position your hands or your body.
Cat, but instead of Julian, what if you had a cat?
Let's see, in here I want Julian to be the same, so I'm gonna copy this Julian drawing here. Paste it in this one.
Cat, but instead of saying...
And then here I want Chris to kind of get in his face a little bit. How's it going, Ute? Everyone has a phone, it's true. Yeah, I always got embarrassed acting my scenes out at work, but you know what? Everyone feels that way. Everybody's embarrassed. And I think realizing that kind of helps. It's like everybody feels that way. Nobody likes doing it. So we'll have him kind of get into his face. Just being like, what if he had this really cool cat? But all he said was, Power Rangers the movie! Yeah, Vert's an actor. Vert probably has lots of good acting advice. I know for me, it's mostly expressions. Like, I have a hard time drawing funny expressions. And just doing them myself and then kind of exaggerating what my face naturally does always seems to help. So here I can see, composition's getting a little bit off balance. So I might want to move. Either zoom all this stuff out or, move them off to the left a little bit. I think probably a little bit of both. And again, because they're thumbnails, that's a really easy thing to do at this stage. Bum-ba-dum-bum. Thumbnails are so fun. You see a lot, if you look at behind the scenes stuff for Disney, you see a lot of Disney animators plan out their shots by literally like just drawing a row of poses for how they want the acting to go. I remember specifically like one for the Sheriff of Nottingham. Just like a row of like really simple drawings and like how big his mouth opens during like a lip sync scene and everything. Super small, tiny drawings. So let's move this to the left a little bit, like that.
Saying anything cool.
Oh, and this is scrubbing, by the way. When you hear the audio go like this,
Saying anything cool, it just...
that's me. It's called scrubbing. So a lot of animation apps will have this feature, and it's actually super important for doing a lip sync. Because you can scrub your timeline and hear like Power Rangers, so you know what mouth shapes to do while you're scrubbing through your audio. Learning eyeliners is important. If you're filming yourself and talking to someone, try to put an object off screen to talk to so your eyeline goes back to the same place. Oh, that's a cool one. That's a really good one. That's very Roger Rabbit. So I think here is where we cut to Power Rangers the movie, the cat.
Anything cool, it just said...
So here, I want like a very flat like comedy shot of just the cat dead in the center. So there's a typical rule of a composition called the rule of thirds, where you divide your scene into thirds, and you want to put anything interesting on these intersections instead of like dead in the center. But what a lot of comedy shots are, or like if you want to really flatten out a scene, put it dead in the center. It could be also like a stylistic choice to put things dead in the center as well. Like you see that in a lot of like Wes Anderson movies, and it gives kind of an interesting, like kind of uncanny look to it. But yeah, I find if you want to do a comedy shot, just putting something dead in the center can be really funny sometimes. What if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool? So for this part where it goes, Power Rangers the movie, this is probably one where I'd want to like film myself animating, or film myself on my camera. Because I really want his expression to go nuts for this part. Maybe for the floor as well, we'll just put the floor like dead in the center, like that. Actually, I don't want the cat to cut right when he's talking.
Instead of saying anything cool,
I want it to start showing while Chris is still talking. So the brain kind of has a chance to process, like, okay, there's a cat on screen. Chris is still introducing it.
Saying anything cool, it just said.
So I don't really know. Like I said, expressions aren't my strongest suit. But I want him to go crazy. I want him to go crazy, go nuts. Saying Power Rangers the movie. This is Power Rangers the movie. Again, super potato drawings.
Power Rangers the movie.
And then back to default.
Anything cool, it just said Power Rangers the movie.
And then when we cut back to Julian, I think mid-laugh right here. We'll cut to Julian like giggling. We'll make it like kind of a medium to close-up shot. That's another useful thing to learn is the different terms for cameras. Like what's the difference between a wide shot, a medium shot, and a close-up shot? You know, what are the different directions that a camera can move? What's the difference between a pan and a truck? Learning those terms can be really helpful, and it also like gives you more things to think about when you're planning your scenes. If you're animating in 3D, which this is more of a 2D animation tutorial, but if you're animating in 3D, what a lot of beginners do is they'll constantly move the camera just because they can, and it's easy to do. But kind of a way to think about camera movements is the camera should move for a reason, right? If you're moving your camera at all during a scene, there should be a specific reason that you're going for it happening, other than it looks cool. Pan goes in your kitchen, truck is in your kitchen, then something bad happened. That's true. So here we have Julian giggling. And then here we have him like reach down off screen. I would let him watch it. So I want him to... I don't know if... This isn't very funny, but I don't know what else I have in my mind. But I was gonna have him, like, just reach down and grab the tape off screen. And, like, pull it up. Just be, like, presenting it like Vanna White. Be like, I'd let him watch it. What else would I do with Power Rangers, the movie, the cat? Hey, Pocket, how's it going? We're on our thumbnailing stage right now. We're thumbnailing out the ideas for our animation.
I would let him.
I would let him watch it. So here we just have him like holding it up. Kind of like a magical item. He's just like presenting it. Here you go. I'd let him watch it. What else would I do? Maybe it's got like some radiant glows to it. Power Ranger. The movie. Could do something with that drawing. Could be really funny. I would let him watch it. Super, super simple acting idea. Pretty simple, like 3-scene little animation.
And watch it.
Maybe we'll close his eyes. We'll make his eyes like... We'll give him some happy eyes. I would let him watch it. So you see how crappy these drawings are. I'm not trying to make anything like good. I'm trying to just get my ideas down there. So Toon Boom has this feature where you can block out the camera view, so it blocks out all of your stuff on the outside. I like doing this for playing back my thumbnails, or sometimes even drawing them, just so I can see at a glance what the composition looks like. So if we play it...
Got a minute?
Actually, playing it back, I think I want to zoom in on the TV a little bit during the angry lady scene, kind of like that. We can also edit the audio. The Shenmue part's a little bit quiet compared to the rest of it. That's something we could do in post if we wanted to.
Got a minute? Jesus! Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it. It's so dumb. I noticed for these scenes, it's feeling a little bit crowded. Their head's a little bit too close to the top of the screen. So I'm gonna take this and just shrink them down a little bit. Maybe again, kind of center them a little bit since it's more of a comedy shot. Kind of place their heads on the top third of the scene, kind of like that. And I know Chris is gonna lean over, so just to balance it out, maybe move them a little bit to the left. Something like that. And then we can turn on our onion skin, so we can see what our previous drawing looks like and try to get it sort of close. It doesn't have to be exact. We're just trying to sort of match what we had before. This scene especially felt quite crowded.
Instead of saying anything...
All right. How's this look?
Got a minute? Jesus! Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
I think, for the Jesus part... What if this is a separate scene where we just have a big focus on Chris and then it pulls out? How's that feel?
Jesus! Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
That feels pretty funny.
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it. I'm happy with that. So that's our that's basically your storyboard. You know, things are pretty much planned out at that stage. After you're happy with your thumbnails. What I like to do after this stage is take my thumbnail layer and just turn the opacity down. Either to like 50% or like 20% even. So it's like super duper faded. And I like keeping it here at this stage because you want to keep that like same bold composition that you chose in your thumbnailing stage, you know, so that things stay like at a good composition. You don't want to like throw those good thoughts about the camera away, you know. But next we want to do just some rough animation is probably what I would call this stage. So here's where you can take your character models. And I think the scene we're probably gonna work on is probably this one, where Julian pulls up the tape. I think that'd be a good one to do as an example for this class here. Because we got him going down, reaching for something. We've got like a few poses we could move from one to the other. So I like this thumbnail pose, but if I wanted to clean it up, if I wanted to tie it down a little bit, for this stage, I'm going to... Let's see, do I want to animate in red or do I want to keep it gray? I think red would be easier to see what I'm doing. Also, like, I think the thumbnail's a little bit too strong. I'm probably even going to turn that opacity down even more to like 5%. Just so it's like barely seen, but I can still see what I was going for. So for the rough animation stage, keep it stick figures. Keep it stick figures, keep it flowing, keep it loose. We're not trying to get accurate characters here still. So all I'm really going to focus on is his head, his squishy pompadour. I don't think I'm even going to draw his mustache. I think I'm going to save that for later. But I'll divide him into body parts, so his body's down here. Do a circle for his shoulder, draw in where his hand is meant to be. Get his forearm as one part. Back arm is one part. Don't forget his other arm over here. Let's listen to how he kind of giggles. So laughing can be kind of a tricky one. Laughing's kind of tough. Usually what I like to do whenever I do laughing is I like to move the head down a little bit and the shoulders up. Like if I want to do an exaggerated laugh, that's what I tend to do. So again, you see how loose we're keeping it, and I'm also flipping back and forth using my arrow keys just so I can see where those movements are going. Some people turn on their onion skin, and you absolutely can. There's a lot of discussion about, oh, don't use onion skin, like only do flipping. It's fine to use onion skin if it helps you make the animation, you know, especially at this stage. If it helps you keep things consistent, it's totally fine to do onion skinning. I just prefer flipping. I find flipping helps me keep volumes more consistent, and helps me kind of like follow where the drawing wants to go. Like I can see like head moves down, shoulder moves up, about that much. Sometimes I'll put like little dots or little lines just to be like, okay, I want the arm to move up to that line, right? Like little leading lines. And then that way I can fill in the rest of the line like that. Oh, right. You know, that's one issue with like improving animation class is like sometimes I try not to do this when I do my full tutorials, but when I'm improving and kind of just doing things like as I come up with them, sometimes I'll discuss a term or like go over a technique without fully explaining it. And onion skin is a feature in animation programs. It's a button that you turn on usually that allows you to see your previous drawing. So just for an example, Let's turn off our thumbnails here. Just as an example, if I were to draw a man who is standing here, and then I were to create a blank frame for my next frame, but I don't know where my man was, you know, I'd just be guessing if I wanted to draw my man again. But if I turn on onion skin, I can see a ghost image of my previous drawing. So you see it in red here. And then I can trace that or use it as reference to have it move like down and to the right, for example. The way this is done with traditional paper animation is with a light box. So a light box, you can have your last piece of paper underneath your drawing, you turn on the light box, and then you can see where that last drawing was. So if I wanted to keep him moving down and to the right, and turn on my onion skin, I can see where those two previous drawings were. Draw the next one over here. Turn off my onion skin, and now I have my 3 frames of animation. So that's what onion skin is for referencing your previous drawings. And here in Toon Boom, it actually colors my onion skin, so I can see red is my previous drawing and green is my next drawing. That's kind of one advantage of digital animation, is you can get features like that color your before and after drawings. With paper animation, you're kind of more looking at what the clearest drawing is versus what the least transparent drawing is. It's kind of hard to talk about without showing it. But yeah, colored in between, or colored onion skin is pretty useful. So yeah, we're keeping it loose. We're just having his head go down. Body's gonna be about in the same spot. Keep animating in red. When I'm doing rough animation, I like drawing in red and blue. There's just something about it. Makes it feel more like I'm in the rough stage of doing animation. Let's see, let's turn on our scrubbing again. I think here I'm gonna have him keep going down. This one I'm gonna be more subtle about, so I'm gonna turn on my onion skin, since I just want him to go down just a little bit. Just like a millimeter or so. Let's see, where do I want his hand to go? I think keep it going up like that. And that's probably enough. That's enough for that drawing. Just because I want to focus on the movement rather than finishing a drawing. And here's something to talk about. So, in animation process, there's 2 different, kind of like methods to animate. And they both depend on like what you're trying to do, what helps you, and what, feels right to do in the moment. There's pose-to-pose animation, and there's straight-ahead animation. So pose-to-pose animation is kind of like taking our onion skins here, or taking our thumbnail drawings, and using these as your keyframes. So like, for example, this reaching down pose going into this holding up the movie pose, these would be considered your keyframe or your storytelling poses. So you'd basically like, you would do these key storytelling poses first. That would be your first step. And then you would do in-betweens to smooth out that motion. And that's a pose-to-pose animation. For things like this laugh that he's doing, for things that are like kind of for me, naturalistic movements, like things like dancing or maybe like scrambling up a building, things that are like, sort of like just quick, fast actions. I like to do straight ahead. So for this laughing here, I kind of want to just animate it straight ahead. So I'm just starting from this drawing. And then just kind of following where I think the movement should go. I know that's not like a very helpful way of describing how I'm thinking about this, but that's literally what's happening for me. Is I'm just like feeling in my heart and my soul where I think these movements should happen. And I'm just doing one drawing, one after the other. I'm not planning out where my key poses are. I'm just following where I think the movement should go during this laugh. And I find that gives more of a naturalistic kind of look to movements. Like here I can feel the hands starting to get left behind. Arms starting to go down. Here his mouth is opening in like a heh. So I'm kind of listening to the audio and just feeling in my head and my heart kind of like where his little movements would go. So here his mouth would open in like a heh. Because I want his mouth to open, I'm gonna make this mouth kind of smaller and closed like this. Here he's kind of leaning his head back in sort of a small chuckle. Hair's getting drugged behind. Hand is getting left behind too. That's absolutely true. That's a huge point, is like that stuff kind of comes with experience, like being able to feel where things go. Probably if you're just starting out, like pose to pose is probably the easiest to like wrap your head around. I think that's why I thought this would be a good scene to like use as an example, is there'd be lots of different like methods and techniques to go over. Even for something so simple, like all he does is laugh and pull a tape out of the bottom of the screen. Like even super simple scenes can have a lot going on. That's why I recommend picking a piece of audio that's like super short, like 5 seconds at most. There's a lot to acting. There's a lot of decision making and just little subtleties that can happen even in a really small short piece of dialogue. There's a website that I like telling people about called the 11 Second Club. And what the 11 Second Club does is every month they give a new piece of audio that animators can animate to, and they make a competition out of it. And if you win the competition, you get like industry feedback. But I think it's just worth doing just because you don't have to think about what audio to animate. They have a pretty well picked out one usually. So if you don't know what to animate, 11 Second Club is a really great place to start. You don't even have to do like the current month. You could go back a few months and like pick out a previous month to animate to. So I think I'm gonna do one more up and then settle back down. And this is as complete as I'm making this drawing. Have his hair start to catch up. of a long settle back down as his laugh kind of winds down. Let's see how that looks. We just play that on loop for a second. Maybe like... I think I want one more bounce, so I'm gonna do a blank in between here. And you can see my onion skins here, if I turn it up. You can see where these drawings are. So my previous one is up here, and then my next one's down here. I wanted to do an extra little bounce for him to do, so I'm just gonna draw this in black just so you can see where I'm drawing. I'm gonna have his head bounce down between these two, and then settle back down or settle back up into the green. Next drawing. Have his mouth kind of widen out for this one, not be so open. How's that look with that extra drawing in there? I like that better. So that kind of gets it like a little bit of an overshoot before settling into the last pose. I hope you don't get tired of hearing the same audio over and over again. You're going to be doing that a lot. That's why I like bringing up the 11-second club. I feel like it's forgotten too. It was a big thing when I was going to animation school. But yeah, people don't really talk about that website anymore, but as far as I know, it's still going pretty strong. How many years have you been doing animation? I've been doing animation since I was like 12, 13. If you look at my flipbook animation tutorial, I actually show off some of my old flipbook animations that I made when I was little. If you stay tuned to the end of the video, you get to see all the old flipbooks that I made as a kid. That's true too. Like, I'm not nailing this on the first try necessarily. Like, I might even go back and just delete all of this and try it again. Don't feel like nothing's precious in animation, you know? It's so fine to like start over on anything, on a drawing, on a whole scene, you know? But yeah, we've got a scene kind of roughed in. I think I would probably spend time, since this is our final pose, I would take time to tie this down into our, you know, our character design, our established character design, because right now he's literally like a lollipop. He's just a body and a sphere. Since we want him to settle into this pose, we probably want to figure out this drawing a little bit more. When you internalize that all your drawings are terrible, it's easy to throw them out and redraw something better. I think it's a good exercise to like spend a lot of time drawing something and then just throw it away. Kind of helps me get over that as well. Erasing's part of drawing, that's true too. I think here's probably a good spot for just a little break. I'm gonna get some water, get up and stretch. We'll do a little like 5-minute recess. Let me get my timer going and then we'll get back to it. See ya, Oatmeal. We're still going. We're just taking a little break. When we get back, we'll talk more about, well, we'll continue doing rough animation on the scene until we have the whole thing roughed out. And then we'll talk about doing a tie-down pass, where we kind of put things more on model. So right now we're focusing on keeping things really rough and loose, making really like super simple drawings, because all we're focusing on right now is movement. Tie-down pass is where we like take our fluid and dynamic motion drawings and we kind of bring them back on model, is the point of doing a tie-down pass. So when we get back after doing our rough animation, that's what we'll focus on. So we'll do a quick 5-minute break and we'll come back after this recess. Hello. Where'd the music go? It's awkward. There we go. Wait, what's happening? Who am I? Who are you people? Alrighty. Sorry. That's weird the music stopped. Ute, I'm so sad I missed your Geldonia playthrough. I saw some pretty good clips from it though. Alright. He did. Ute's streaming now. Go give him a follow. Apparently he's really good at Geldonia. He's like a natural. Just kind of gathering my thoughts. So this was a this was an example of straight ahead animation, right? Where we just started with one drawing and then just kind of followed our heart and our feeling and just sort of animated all the way through. I think here we didn't quite show where his hand went. We just kind of stopped drawing it, but I think I did want it to go off screen. So I'm just gonna have it kind of go off screen here. Like that. That feels alright. But yeah, figuring out just a small little bit of acting like that is a great place to start, and just play it over and over again until it feels right. For straight ahead animation. For pose to pose, let's figure out how we want this to look, where he's like reaching down and pulling Power Rangers the movie out. I have him in my thumbnail holding it off to the left. Hold on, you can't hardly see that. I have him holding it off to the left, but I think actually what I want to have him do is hold it off to the right instead. And have the camera kind of pan over to over here off screen. I think visually that'll look more interesting and be more of a reveal for the funny videotape. So I have his hand over here, kind of holding it up. I think something like that, I think I would probably like better. You know what might be cool is making the tape in 3D and having it rotate. Do a little blender action could be kind of fun. I'd let him watch it. I think that feels like less clunky too, because he's grabbing the tape like in front of him and then pulling it off, instead of like it's like down here somewhere and it's like crossing over the front of his body and stuff. It was just kind of an awkward pose. I think this is a little bit more visually clear. That kind of goes into silhouettes. So in animation, gosh, there's so much to talk about with animation. Like, silhouettes is such a basic concept. I'm surprised I haven't gone over it yet. Hey Choco, how's it going? So in animation, the reason a silhouette is so important, so when I say silhouette, I mean if you were to take your character and fill their pose completely in with black. So the two examples I see a lot of the time are something kind of like this, where it's like one pose looks kind of like this. Actually, let's do this with this brush here. I'm not sure why that's transparent. Hold on, let's do that with this brush. Oh, it's because I'm doing it on the thumbnail layer. Hold on. There we go. Okay, so let's say you had one pose that was like this. Right, this is one pose. What is this character doing? Does anybody know? Well, if we have his pose more turned to the side and spread out, he's hammering a nail. So this is the importance of silhouettes in your drawings, is making things visually clear. If you were to take your drawing and completely fill it in black, would we still be able to see what's happening with the action? This is a really important thing in animation. This helps things be more clear for the audience. You want things to be super readable when you're animating. Like every pose should be clearly able to be read. And a lot of that has to do with silhouette and thinking about your drawing in silhouette form. So that's kind of what I was talking about with this Julian holding up the tape thing. Is I want the tape to be like out, kind of away from him and separate from Julian's body, so that we can clearly see the tape and it's just visually a lot more clear. This is especially true with your to think about with your keyframes when you're doing your keyframe drawings, your storytelling drawings. So I'm much happier with that. I think that looks pretty good. We could even maybe having him holding it more up, kind of like this, so it's above his head. It's more like revered. It's like a holy object of sorts. I would let him watch it. So here, let's do pose-to-pose animation. So with pose-to-pose animation, we're gonna do a little circle at the top here. Some people do a circle, some people do a circle with like the frame number in it, which in this case is 259. I don't like doing the numbers just because I like moving my drawings around and I don't like erasing the number and redrawing it a million billion times. So usually I'll just do a circle to indicate that it's a key drawing or a keyframe. Keys are kind of like your storytelling poses. So for animation, it happens in passes. This is how we're able to make things move without it being overwhelming. So we do things in passes, right? So there's different process passes. There's rough animation, which is what we're doing right now, where we're not caring about our drawing quality too much. We're only focusing on the movement. And then after that, we do a tie-down pass, where we put things more on model. We get things like a little bit cleaner, a little bit tighter. And then after that, we do clean up and color. So I think this is where a lot of people who aren't familiar with animation might feel overwhelmed, is not understanding that things happen in different passes. Like, you've seen those quote-unquote pencil tests that are posted on like Twitter and Blue Sky and stuff. Those aren't pencil tests. A lot of the time what those are cleanup animation. They're drawings that have gone through all the rough and tie down stages already, and it's at the point where it's like cleaned up, basically. It's cleaned up animation. You don't actually see a lot of like rough animation from old Disney stuff posted on Blue Sky very often. A lot of the time it's like fully cleaned up. Like, animators don't start drawing that way. Animators start super rough, super scribbly. And then it just like, we work on it. It's kind of like modeling in clay, you know? You start with something super loose and like not really quite formed, and then you just tie it down over several passes. Oh, have a good climb, Kev. Or storyboard when it's a full-on edited and color animatic. Here's some actual rough from Disney Animation. Oh, good post. I'm gonna pin that for a minute, just because those are so rare to find. It's good to have, like, a master's example of what rough animation should look like. Because you really don't see it very often. I could see that being discouraging, seeing, like, cleaned up animation being posted, and you're just like, man, I'll never animate like that. And it's like, that's not how they animate, you know? That's after, like, months and months of working on that shot, you know? The same goes with, like, individual drawings, you know? Or individual, like, movements. So that's what I was getting at with, the passes for animation. So, for the actual movement itself, while we're in this rough stage, even the animation itself happens in passes. So we're still in the rough stage, we're not in the cleanup or the tie-down stage, right? And the passes that we do for that stage are, we first do our key drawings, which are our storytelling or extreme poses. Extremes is a good way to put it. That's the first term I learned about, was calling them extreme drawings. It's like where the movement is at its most extreme, right? So we do our keys first. We figure out our keys first, and we spend a lot of time on our keys. Those are like your golden poses. You want to spend a lot of time on your keys before you move on to the next step, which is breakdowns. And breakdowns we'll go over more when we get to this stage. But breakdowns are basically how you get from key A to key B, right? A really basic example of a breakdown is a character turning their head. Yeah, let's say they start out happy. So this is key 1. And let's say this is key 2. So these are our keys, right? This is key A and this is key B. So a breakdown is usually indicated with an underline instead of a circle. Some people do triangles. I see people do triangles as well. I learned to do it with a underline for a breakdown. So how can we go from this pose to this pose? Well, we could do... something like that. Just have it be just like a straight 50% breakdown like that. That's boring, but it's viable. It'd work. We could have it delay a little bit. We could have him stay back on the left side a bit more and blink his eyes. That could be a breakdown. So it's kind of like an informational way of how do we get from one key to the other. This is also where arcs can happen. We'll go over arcs later, but essentially, smooth motion happens on arcs. Like, all natural movement happens on arcs. So instead of him going in a straight line into this pose, we could have his face arc down like this before going into this keyframe up here. So this would be a viable breakdown as well. So they're not keys, they're like how you describe from getting one key to the other. So that's our next stage, is doing breakdowns. And then after we figure out breakdowns is when we start doing in-betweens. In-betweens is when we start adding more drawings to smooth out a motion. So for example here, you know, we'd probably do like 2 or 3 in-betweens before getting to this breakdown, and then maybe we'd have like 1 or 2 in-betweens settling into this final key pose. So these are your in-betweens. It's just the extra work, the extra drawings we do to smooth out the motion from the breakdowns to the keys. So it's all a method, right? It's all just following formulas, it's all following steps until you're all done. That's how we keep our sanity, is we have our tasks and we don't move on to the next task until we're done with the first one. So that's why I recommend spending a lot of time on your keys, because those are the main things you're going to be moving from one to the other. So they're worth spending a lot of time on. You can think of them as like your golden poses before you move on to the next stage of your animation. So let's figure out this keyframe here. So again, we're gonna keep things rough. This isn't tie down, so we're not really focused on doing clean, like, on model drawings at this point. We're only focusing on movement at this point. So something I'm keeping in mind is, you know, I want his head to be at an angle because I think that would be more interesting to look at. Things like hair and pompadour, actually, I think we'll do that second. So things that are floppy and are going to be moving separately, I would actually recommend doing another layer for stuff like that. So I'll do another layer for his hair. And just to further keep it separate, I like doing that stuff in a different color. So his pompadour here, I'll make a different color like that. And we'll just keep that as a separate layer. And it's something I won't animate until I'm further down the line, like when I'm doing like my in-betweens and stuff. Because what indicates how it moves is based on how his body moves, right? Still struggle with breakdowns. Yeah, they're interesting for sure. There's a lot of decision making with doing breakdowns, you know. I think one thing to keep in mind with animation just in general as well is it's just like picking your tools. It's like, yeah, there's like foundational formulas and like things you should learn. It's kind of like practicing your scales with piano. It's like, yeah, there's music theory and stuff you should learn. You should absolutely learn the foundational like principles of animation. That stuff's super important. But also, you know, like, don't be afraid to like stray from that stuff and just experiment and try like just animating by feeling or just animating in a way that you want to. Let's see, so we have his body going kind of like that. Let's see. So what I'm thinking about right now is line of action. So that's another thing. Again, like another basic concept. There's just so much to go over. So line of action. A really good dynamic way to do poses is thinking about your line of action. And this also happens with figure drawing as well. So line of action often, but not always, kind of follows the spine of the pose. So here, where he's lifting up the Power Rangers the movie videotape, I have his body going along this line of action right here, right? So one thing I like to do for poses is have opposing line of actions. So if his line of action is facing this way, for this pose right here, let me just get rid of these drawings. So for this pose right here, I want to have his line of action go the opposite direction, right? So for his reaching down pose, have his head do an opposite line of action and reach down this way. And that'll give more contrast to his movement, because he's bending from one direction to the other. And we'll do the same with his body. We'll have his body kind of follow that opposite line of action. And we'll put his arm clearly out in front like this. And then for his other arm, to keep the silhouette kind of clear, I don't know if this will work, but if we had his other arm kind of out to the side like that, that's kind of fun. So I was talking about silhouettes, right? With the whole pose being colored in. If I were to color this whole pose in with black, you know, I'm trying to keep the arm like separated. But there's also silhouettes inside of the pose as well. So like, I'm thinking about with his arm being out in front of his body, kind of being its own silhouette, kind of like that. So there can be silhouettes inside of silhouettes. If you want something to read clearly, you know, having this arm out in center, surrounded by a bunch of blank space, can be a really good way to have this arm more easily be read, that it's going in front of Julian here. So that's another thing I'm thinking about with this pose as well.
I would love.
So let's finish up this this key pose here. So this arm's going down. I would let him watch it. And then we have his arm going up here like this. Holding up Power Rangers the movie. Not a greatly detailed hand, just enough to keep the information there. Maybe have this finger going just a little bit of an opposite direction, just to make it more visually interesting. Cartoon hands are their own subject. I could do a whole thing just on drawing cartoon hands. Not that I'm an expert or anything, but they have just as much, like, things to think about with posing as the whole body does, you know? Hands can do their own kind of acting, just all on their own. They can have a lot of character. Something like that. I think I might even want to move this arm so it's completely in front of him like that. Maybe just because it's funny, we could show a little bit of his butt sticking out over here. Again, here's his pompadour. Add his mustache in. So I'm drawing the pompadour and the mustache, but when I go to like do in-betweens and breakdowns, I probably wouldn't want to animate his mustache and his hair the same time I'm animating his body, right? For that reason we were talking about, like floppy bits. You probably want to animate those afterwards on like a separate layer. But for the key poses, it's alright. Just know that this might not be the final resting pose of them. We're just kind of like adding them in just to figure out like the approximate size and like position. But these can definitely change. Like any of this stuff can change at any moment. Nothing is set in stone. We're just sort of kind of guesstimating where his hair is gonna be. And again, we'll add his mustache. I don't think his mustache is gonna flop around too much. I think his mustache probably will stay pretty still. Having like too many floppy bits could be distracting. Like if I have his hair flopping all over the place and his mustache, it's gonna take away from the acting, right? It's like, what's the important part? What is the important part here? His emotions and his acting, right? If we add too much like things flopping around, it's probably going to be distracting, which is not what we want to do. We want to have like the important stuff being focused on. So I'm going to add circles on these drawings to indicate they are keyframes. And again, he's going like off screen over here, but we're going to move our camera during this scene. We're going to have it go from here to over here. Like that, but we'll animate him without the camera move for now. And just not worry about him going off stage. So these are our poses, right? So we have our 2 key poses figured out. Good enough anyway. So now let's do a breakdown. Oh, and in Toon Boom Harmony, and probably any other animation software, usually you can color coordinate your drawings in your timeline. If I zoom in here, make this a bit bigger so you can see. So I can mark these as keyframes, and usually the color for keyframes is red, so you can see these drawings are now indicated with red markings on them. If I were to go in the middle here, I'm just picking an arbitrary place to place his breakdown. Make a blank drawing and mark it as a breakdown. You can see it's now colored with blue. So usually keys are red, breakdowns are blue, and then in-betweens have no color at all, no indication. They're more utilitarian, right? So for a breakdown, some people do triangles, other people do like a B with an underline. It's kind of up to you. I've been using triangles more for my breakdowns lately. So just for your guys' clarity's sake, I'm gonna turn on the onion skin. I wouldn't always for a breakdown. I like doing flipping, but I think for you guys to understand how to do a breakdown, I think having the onion skin on is probably important. Because again, it's going from keyframe 1 to keyframe 2, right? This is what we're describing with a breakdown. And with a breakdown, I like to think about the arcs of the movement mostly. That's mostly what I think about with a breakdown. So, what is an arc? So, things happen on arcs when they move naturally. I'm trying to think of a good example. I guess a pendulum is like the most basic of examples, but it kind of illustrates the point. So if you have a pendulum here, copy that, paste this. Let's say this is the previous drawing. And this is the next drawing, right, of the pendulum. The in-between's not going to look like this, right? The in-between's not going straight across. And even though a pendulum is like an inorganic object, like everything moves on an arc. So instead of it moving like that, the pendulum's going to be down here, right? So it moves on an arc. And same thing like we were talking about with our head turn, right? Like, instead of the head turn happening completely flat into the next head turn or the next keyframe, put it on an arc. Like, have it go dip down a little bit. Like that for your breakdown. So that's what I tend to think about mostly when I'm doing my breakdown drawings, is what's the arcing movement of this pose. So we could have him arc a lot. Like, we could have his head arc down this much, so it's really arcing down into the next key, right? So if we were to do that, it would look something like this. And if we just look at his head, line of action, if we just flip through, it looks something like this. So, huge pop-up, right? That's probably a little more extreme than I want to do. But that is an option. We could do that as our breakdown. Have his head dip down that much and then bounce up into this one. I think I would like to keep it more subtle. So I think I'm gonna have his arc happen like down about here. And you can also think about your delays, like what do you want to have be delayed? Again, like a lot of this stuff comes with time, experience, and experimentation. But if he's like pulling up his tape, I want the tape to be like a delayed reveal, right? So I think I'm gonna favor him facing to the left a little bit. Have his eyes close. Have the line of action kind of like that. That's feeling better. I think that feels pretty okay. And again, we can add in his pompadour, though we are going to be animating it separately after the fact. So don't spend too much time on it, because we're probably going to end up erasing stuff like this, but you can add it, indicate it in, just to kind of like give an approximation for the size and position of it. Then have his body follow this line of action. And then his shoulder as well. Put on an arc so it arcs down before popping back up. Oh, fire alarm. Hold on. think it's okay now. I think we're good. What was I talking about? I lost my train of thought. We'll just keep working on this breakdown here. So again, thinking about arcs, so instead of having his shoulder stay on a linear line like that, I'd rather have it dip down a little bit. Kind of get dragged behind. Like that. So that feels like a pretty good breakdown to me. Forgot his eyebrow. Let's see, so here's what we have so far.
Let him watch it. I would let him watch it.
So here's a pretty important thing. Here's a really easy and good way to make things settle naturally. So my usual animation workflow for pose to pose animation, the way I usually work from pose A to pose B. Is before going into pose B, I like to do an anticipation. So a really basic example for an anticipation is like when you jump, right? You're gonna bend your knees and go down before you jump up. So that's usually what an anticipation is it's a movement in the opposite direction. And then likewise, before we settle into pose B, I like to do an overshoot. And then go into pose B. So overshoot is where you go past the settling point and then have it settle into pose B. So that's 4 drawings, right? That's 4 separate drawings to get from 2 different poses. Hopefully that makes sense. The nice thing about this is drawings 3 and 4 are almost basically the same drawing. They're pretty close to each other. So in order for him to settle into the pose we have here, where he's holding up his videotape right here, I want to do an overshoot before he settles into this pose. So following the line of action, I'd have his head actually go a little bit past where he's supposed to go. And raise his arm up a little bit further. So an overshoot would look something like this and then settle into this pose. Just slightly past the pose and then settle into this pose. So from pose A to breakdown to overshoot and to settle. So for ending the animation, having an overshoot into a settle, really good way to naturally bring things to a nice soft ending. Just have it go past your pose a little bit and then settle into the final pose. What's this, Crow? It's loading forever for me. I'll let that load in the background. Bum 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 bum. Let's see. And then one thing you can do, if you want to have a body part not change size, don't be afraid to use your tools to your advantage. Like, I'm going to take this hand and literally copy and paste it here. But I don't want it to move just as one piece of art, you know? I feel like that's going to look pretty stiff. So I'll get it kind of close to where I want it to be. And instead of just keeping it like that, I'm actually going to turn it... let's turn it blue. And instead of just keeping it as one piece of art, I'm going to redraw it the way I think it should be drawn. And just loosen these up a little bit, so have the fingers kind of come up a little bit more. Something kind of like that. And that way it stays the same size, it stays the same relative volume, but we're able to copy and paste and just have things stay consistent, but then redraw it so that things feel natural and not like it's just pieces of paper moving around, you know? Because that could be its own kind of look, that could still look cool, but it's not necessarily what we're going for here. Same with his hair. If I want his hair to be the same size, I don't want it changing volume, I could literally just take these lines, copy paste them, turn them blue. It's a nice tool in Toon Boom Harmony that you can just select all by color and then just delete it, so I can just select all of the blue after I'm done tracing it, and then just press delete. And that gets rid of that sketch layer. Don't forget his mustache. And this would also be a key drawing, this overshoot. Yeah, clicking on it in OBS seems to not be working for me. Feel free to message me. Okay, so now that we've got our breakdowns and our keys done, now we move on to in-betweens. So you can see how pose to pose is kind of nice because it's like methodical and planned out. If you're more of a technical person, kind of like me, this is probably like an easier way for you to work. If you're more like freeform and flowy kind of an artist, then maybe straight ahead might be an easier way for you to work. Try them both. Like, see which method of animation works best for you, which one feels more right to you. And also, like, switch it up, you know? You know, something about this, I'm feeling like it's such a big movement. I think I want two different overshoots. I think I want this overshoot, and then probably just another overshoot before this one that's even a little bit more subtle, so it gives it kind of a double bounce. So the last one was going up, right? So this overshoot is going to go just a little bit down, but very subtly. This one's not going to be as extreme. We'll just have his head bounce down just a little bit. Again, like, just experience tells me that that would be something that would look nice. Just because it's something I've animated before. It's kind of like drawing, you know, like, if you've animated something before, it makes it a lot easier to animate it again. if you've drawn a fire hydrant before and really studied fire hydrants, it probably makes it pretty easy to draw a fire hydrant again if you need to. That's why studying from masters can be really useful and helpful. Like seeing how masters in animation tackle different things. My favorite thing to look at is Looney Tunes. I'm always surprised in Looney Tunes by how few in-betweens they do to get from certain poses to certain poses. That's usually like a big mark of an amateur, is too many in-betweens. And they'll think it looks good because it's like really smoothed out, but a really experienced animator knows how many in-betweens to do. And it's definitely not like too many. Because too many in-betweens tends to make things look too swimmy and floaty, rather than like impactful and snappy and like thought out and purposeful. It's a trap I fall into a lot, actually. Because it does. It makes things look nice when you add too many in-betweens. It just naturally, like, is nice looking. But, one, it gives you more work to do, and two, it actually, you know, doesn't look as interesting when things are so smooth from one pose to another.
Take this, fucker. Don't throw a rubber chicken at me. That
Hold on, this looks great. I want to show this on stream. This looks like a good piece of audio. Let's see, desktop.
Take this, fucker. Don't throw a rubber. Take this, fucker. Don't throw a rubber chicken at me. That fucking hurts. I'm sorry. Take this, fucker. Don't throw a rubber chicken at me. That fucking hurts.
That's perfect. That's a perfect piece of audio. Oh, that's awesome. Designing the rubber chicken's gonna be fun. Notice that a lot with lip sync, adding every single micro mouth movement. We need to go over lip sync. That's such an important one. Let's see. So this is pretty in between. Let's see if this is a keyframe. This is our final like settle keyframe. Maybe let's tie this down just a little bit. Just clean it up a little. Let's turn on our scrubbing again. Give him his Steven Universe mouth. Which all good animation has Steven Universe mouth. Oh, rubber crow pen's a good idea. I think I made his eyes too wide here. They're more like here. Don't throw a rubber chicken, that hurt. Take this, fucker. I love Ding Dong and Julian era. I miss them so much. I like watching their live streams on YouTube though. Their live streams are a lot of fun. Both very funny individuals. I don't know if he's gonna do it this year, but Julian usually does a pumpkin carving stream every Halloween on his YouTube channel. Let's see, so here... Julian! Have his arm going down like this way. I think one thing about like teaching animation is like I feel like I need to talk all the time, but actually like a lot of animation is just like shut up and work time. And that's kind of what we're in right now, is just shutting up and doing the work. We've got our bare bones, we've got our skeleton in, now we're just kind of like going through the motions. That feels cute for a keyframe. I think this one is losing a little bit of form. Julian! Here I'm just kind of going through my keys, and like I said, your keys are where you want to spend most of your time figuring out. So I'm just like figuring out some ideas on how I want his body to look for these frames. His body and his arms, mostly. I think his head I'm pretty happy with. But his arms, I'd like to figure out like where those sleeves are. How his like neck is fitting onto his torso here. And I wonder if that arm sticking out, it's a bit much in it. Again, like, don't be attached to anything. If something's not working, just get rid of it. I think I like that better. It feels more like if his shoulder was right here. Now it's like going back behind him a little bit more. I think that feels a little bit more natural. I think here where he's starting to pull it up. That might be weird. That might be weird to have his arm suddenly appear. Maybe it could show a little bit, but not as much as we had it. So yeah, here I'm just figuring out ideas with my keyframes. Trying to get my keyframes in a place I'm happy with. A way I've heard it put is like, keep working on the drawing until it doesn't annoy you anymore. So that's kind of what I'm doing here. Just flipping through my keys until they don't feel annoying to me. I think his shoulder needs to be a little bit bigger. And I'm not cleaning up. Like, I'm definitely not trying to clean up drawings. That's not the point here. The point here is just, figuring out, like, motion, volume, the placement of limbs. I don't really like how right angle his arm is here. I would probably want to redo this whole drawing, actually. Which means I have to redo all of the overshoots and stuff, but that's fine. It's like, this feels too yucky. I want it to be like soft, you know? Julian Softboy. I want him to be like this could still be kind of a sharp point, but this I want to be more of a curve. So it's kind of like a straight versus curve, more so kind of idea. I want to flip from this key to this key. Just see how that feels. Round him out, keep that softness. And also, like, the more time you spend on your roughs, the easier things are going to be down the line. That's what I've experienced, is like, the more time you spend on your roughs, the easier it's going to be to do, like, tie downs and cleanup. It's worth it to not jump right away into cleanup. I find that causes a lot of issues for me if I jump into tie downs and cleanup way too quick. I was pretty happy with his head. His head seemed alright. I think his hand could probably flow out of his arm a little bit better. Like, rather than being so disconnected, I'd like it to feel like one piece, you know? Something more like that. If you want something to be cute, make it, like, short. To give him short, tiny little fingers. Something like that. I'd let him watch it. Maybe tilt his head up a little bit. This is the nice thing about working digitally, is you can just, like, select different parts and just lasso tool them. You can still do that in paper. You can, like, cut things out and move them and tape them. In fact, it's actually kind of fun to work that way. Oh, I want to deselect these lines. There we go. Rotate his head up a little bit. Maybe even more. I'd let him watch it. That feels cute. I think I'm happy with that. We could probably salvage these drawings. The thing that changed the most is his arm. And kind of his shoulder placement. And we're going to be tying these down later, so we don't need to be, like, precise. We can just lightly indicate where his hand needs to go, kind of like that. Same with here. Just basically draw like a Muppet arm. I'd let him watch it. I think here his head might be tilted the wrong way. Tilt it more this direction. Same here, it's kind of off center. Tilt it the wrong way. Oh, Art Fella, how's it going? I'm glad you like the background music. I love working to video game music. It's so engaging. Bing, bing, ding, ding, ding. Art Fella's very talented. If you guys aren't following, I love their streams. See, I think his hair is probably too far forward. Which it doesn't matter, we're gonna animate it after the fact, but still. Like it to be in relatively the right spot. That feels pretty good. So here's what our final scene looks like so far.
Let him watch it. I would let him watch it.
That settle's happening too fast. Let's add more time there. Usually a settle of about 8 frames or so is my like standard to start with, and then kind of fine tune it from there. Let's see how that looks.
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it. I would let him watch it.
Does she say kiss off? I love Shenmue dialogue. Alright, let's just cause I wanna. Let's turn our thumbnails back on. We'll get rid of them for here, just cause we reanimated it. I just want to see our animation so far. Oops. Hold on. Start playing from here.
Got a minute? Jesus! Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it. Let's put in the camera move. So to add a camera in Toon Boom Harmony, it's probably gonna depend on what software you're animating with, how you animate the camera. I know Clip Studio has a camera feature on it that you can motion tween. I'm pretty sure I talk about it in my Clip Studio tutorial on my YouTube if you're curious. But in Toon Boom Harmony, we just go to the plus button, add a camera, and it makes that awful purple if we have the camera mask on. But the camera we can't animate by itself. We have to add a peg to it. So we click our Add Peg button to add the camera peg.
I would let him watch it.
So I want the camera move to happen before he gets over there, right? I'm gonna have it happen over, like about 12 frames or so. Give it an ease in, ease out. Move the camera over this much. Need to extend our background to accommodate for that.
I would let him watch it.
Maybe a little bit more. Extend our background.
I would let him watch it.
Back that off just a smidge. I think that's pretty close. Does Krita have anything like that? So Krita, you can do motion tweens. I'd have to talk about it to explain it. I'm not going to open Krita to show it or anything, just because we've got so much to go through already. But basically what you would do is you'd add all of your animation to a motion folder, I think is how you do it. And then you can motion tween that motion folder to simulate like camera moves and stuff in Krita. I believe that's how you would do that.
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it. Let's slow that down by like 3 frames or so. How's that feel?
I would let him watch it.
That feels pretty good.
Get out of my face.
Jesus!
One last time.
Got a minute?
Get out of my face.
Ew.
Jesus!
I don't like that Toon Boom does that. I hate that Toon Boom, like, highlights the camera mask whenever you select the peg. What if we... Is there a way to lock the peg so it doesn't do that? No! That's so ugly. Is it still doing it?
Get out of my face.
Jesus!
Boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
That's so cute. Alright, I think now's a good time for a 5-minute break. The next thing that we're going to talk about is doing in-betweens, which will be a really fun subject. We're going to take the poses, so we've got our keyframes and our breakdowns, right? So let's here, let's turn off the camera move so it's not distracting. So we have our keyframe, our breakdown, and our other keyframes for the overshoot and settle at the end. So we're gonna take these keyframes and breakdowns, and I'll show you how to do animation charts. So if you've ever seen like this nonsense on the side of like your favorite Disney animations, I'll show you how to do that stuff when we come back from our 5-minute break. So yeah, we'll go over in-betweens. I'll keep this playing without audio just so I don't drive you guys insane. Actually, do I just want to play... I'll just play the part that we're working on, just so you can see what we're going to be cleaning up and animating to completion. Crap, I keep pushing the wrong start and stop button. There we go. Play on loop. I would let him watch it. Alright, 5-minute recess and then we'll be back to talk about in-betweens. Hello. We're back. All right. So we are going to talk about in-betweens. What two poses would be good to in-between? Let's see. Probably since we're doing a breakdown, since we already have a breakdown for this scene, this would be a good spot to talk about in-betweens. So let's turn off the camera mask and the camera movement, just so we only have our drawings here, just as we do. So just so you know what I'm talking about, this is going to be keyframe A. If this is keyframe A, then that makes this one keyframe B, right? And this one's super loose, but that's okay. I think the point will still stand. We'll still be able to talk about in-betweening this stuff. Were I actually doing this, I would probably clean up this drawing a little bit more. Since it is a keyframe, I'd want to figure out, like, you know, how big is this arm? You know, what are the fingers doing? Things like that, but we'll just leave it as is for now, just to talk about it. So basically with in-betweening, what you would do is simple enough, just add a blank piece of paper in between your two poses, right? So in this case, between keyframe A and the breakdown, we would just add a blank piece of paper right here in between. And then if we turn on our onion skin, so we can see our previous drawing and our next drawing, simple enough, right? We just draw like halfway in between, so we can see that his head is right here on the previous drawing, and it's right here on the next drawing. So the in-between would go right here, right? This is what I would call a 50% in-between, where you're just taking things and you're just drawing them literally 50% of the way in between. So in the previous one, his eyes were all the way open, and the next one, his eyes are all the way closed, so I'm drawing them 50% of the way closed. Drawing his eyebrow 50% of the way there. 50% of his hair going this way. This is pretty much the simplest in-between you can do, is just 50%ing every part of the drawing. Just like so. So 50% movement of his mouth. His mustache. And then his body. So his arm's starting to stick out a little bit, his shoulders going this far, and then the back of his body's like this. And we're done. 50% in-betweening is like the easiest thing to do because there's not much to think about. You're just looking at the lines and just moving them from one to the other. And this works. This works perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with 50% in-betweening and just keeping doing that. But if I wanted to give you more to think about, I would want you to think about like easing and favoring. So I'm just going to get rid of this drawing. Remember, everything in animation can be deleted, so it's gone forever. And that's fine. I'm not crying. So here, our timeline looks like this, basically. If I were to draw it as a vertical timeline, we have keyframe A, our breakdown, and keyframe B, right? So this is a vertical timeline. Time is going in this direction. This is the start. This is the finish. It's going down with gravity, kind of. So let's see. So if we were to 50% in between on both sides of this animation, it would look something like this according to a timing chart. I'm kind of drawing this weird. Here, let's not even consider keyframe B. We're not even like considering animating to keyframe B. We're only animating from our keyframe to our breakdown at this point, right? So let me just redraw this a little bit. Probably more clear, it would look like this. So we're going from our keyframe to our breakdown drawing, right? From keyframe A to our first breakdown. So what we did previously, where we were drawing our 50% in between, would put the spacing here. So here's a big concept to know about with these charts here. These charts have nothing to do with timing. Like, this doesn't mean that the drawing happens 50% of the time from here to here. What it has more to do with the spacing. And what spacing means in animation is how close or how far apart the drawings are from each other. So, let's see. Let's get a blank piece of paper, actually, to draw this out. So, timing has more to do with your timeline and where certain drawings happen. So this is 0 seconds, right? And then let's say this is like 1 second, and then this is 2 seconds. So let's say you have a drawing here, a drawing here, a drawing here, etc., right? You have all these different drawings on your timeline happening at all these different intervals of time. This is timing. And those charts that you see on the side of animation pencil tests, it has nothing to do with this. It has nothing to do with where the drawings happen on your timeline. Hey Goku, thank you for the follow. What program is this? This is Toon Boom Harmony. So the charts have nothing to do with timing. I don't like when people call them timing charts even. It makes me so visibly upset. Because it confuses people. These charts on the side of animation have nothing to do with timing. What they have to do with is what's called spacing. And spacing, if I were to look at keyframe A and keyframe B, like let's say this is a ball rolling across the floor, spacing has more to do with where the in-betweens go in the drawings themselves, not where they happen on the timeline. So, if the ball were to come to a slow start, because it had a lot of inertia, and then pick up speed, just like that. So you could see the drawings are really close here, and then they're farther apart from here to here. This is spacing. So spacing is not timing. They're two different concepts, right? I hope this is clear. It's easier where it's easier to show with like animating something. Any social media where you can contact me? Yeah, you can check out my socials here. Or is it social? I always forget my own command. I should really just make it for both. There you go. And thank you, Brave. Appreciate it. Let's do a really quick like example animation. I'm gonna do a new drawing up here. So just really quickly, I'm gonna animate a ball moving. And I'm gonna turn on my onion skin for it. So let's have it move. Just to make it easier, we can copy and paste, just so it stays the same size, just to make things as clear as possible. So here I'm just moving it one ball length across each time, right? I'm just having it move from one to the other. So this is what you'd call linear spacing. Gonna make a new title card here. So linear spacing looks like this. If I turn all my onion skins on, you can see how all these balls are an equidistant apart from each other. And what that gives you... Sorry, this is off center. Let me fix it. Sorry. What this gives you is kind of a robotic sort of motion, which, you know, can work in some instances. Sometimes you would want something like this, maybe a graphic on a computer, or like there might be a reason for having linear spacing, but most often things don't move like this in nature. Usually things have a slow start and a slow end to them, or, you know, things can have a slow start and a quick end. It kind of depends on what the object is, what the purpose of the motion is. So if I were to take all of these drawings, and Toon Boom has this really cool feature where I can affect, or at least, hold on, apply to onion skin. Let me, yes! So with my onion skin on, if I were to take these balls here, select all of these in-betweens, and start moving the beginning part closer to the beginning, and then have the end part be further apart like this. So like in the example we were showing before, where the spacing is really close together at the beginning, just like this. You can see how this feels a lot more natural. We don't have any different number of drawings or timing. The timing and the number of drawings are exactly the same, but now our animation feels a lot more natural because we adjusted the spacing on it. So because it starts slow at the beginning, and different animation programs will define this in different ways, but the way I define this is an ease in. So I usually think of the in as the beginning and the out as the ending. So what we have right now is an ease in because it's easing at the in position, right? So it starts slow and then goes fast. So that's an ease in. And to draw the spacing chart for something like this, not a timing chart, but a spacing chart, it would look something like this. So before we had a linear movement, right? Where all the drawings were equidistant from each other. But now what we've done is we've moved these tick marks to something more like this. So most of the slowness happens at the beginning, creating an ease in. So these spacing charts are the exact same thing that we were doing with the ball that we were just moving. And if you wanted to do an ease in and ease out, you would just add the same thing on the other side. So you can see that drawings are really close together on this side, and then they speed up towards the middle here, thus creating an ease in, ease out. And each one of these tick marks is an in-between. So in this example, you could probably say this is your keyframe. These are your two keyframes, and then this would be your breakdown pose. And then what I like to do, and what you'll see in a lot of animation charts, is indicating where the halfway points are. So this breakdown is halfway in between the first keyframe and the second keyframe. So I like to draw an arch like this. So the arch is just to show where the 50% point is. That's the whole point of an arch. Is just for this middle part right here. Just to show, like, if you were to pass it off to another animator, they can look at this arch and be like, okay, so these drawings here on the ends have already been drawn out, but the animator has not drawn this drawing yet. So I know to draw the 50% point from this key to this key, like we were doing before, just a 50% in between. So there'll be a big McDonald's arch for this 50% in between, but you can also see there's smaller McDonald's arches within there, showing that this drawing right here is a 50% in between this drawing and this drawing, right? And then this one up here is just so close that I don't put a McDonald's arch. I just have it just like that, just to be like, hey, this drawing right here, pretty dang close to this drawing. They're almost on top of each other. The spacing is so tight. It's also called favoring. It's like, what drawing is being favored right now? Let's see, let's just keep that the same, just for clarity's sake. So it's a little hard to look at a chart like this and have this concept be clear. It's a little easier with animating a character or animating something, but I just kind of wanted to overline just what these spacing charts are about and why they're not called timing charts, and you should never call them timing charts or I will get you. But yeah, that's essentially what these charts are for, is for defining like where the easing is going to happen on your motion. So in our Julian example here, for Julian here, let's turn down the onion skin here. So for Julian here, he's going from keyframe to breakdown in this part. Here, we'll get rid of this just so it's less confusing. Here he's going from keyframe to breakdown, and then here he's going from breakdown to keyframe. So we have two timing charts happening. Maybe it would be more clear just to do one timing chart. I'm just wanting to make this like as simple and clear for you guys as possible. So let's do it this way. So we'll just do one spacing chart on this beginning keyframe. And again, this is key 1, breakdown, key 2, or key B. So right now what we have is something like this. Keyframe A, breakdown, keyframe B, right? These are all the drawings that we've currently drawn. Now we're at our planning stage. We're like, scratch his chin. How do we want to have the in-betweens happen between all of these drawings? Well, we could just do it linear. If we wanted to just linearly 50% in between and have it just look something like this. This would make the McDonald's arches look like this, right? So basically this would divide things up, so this is 0%, this is 100%, thus making the breakdown 50%, first in between 25%, 75%. Again, not wrong. You could definitely in between this way. In fact, if you're starting out and you've never animated before, I would probably recommend just doing this and not even worrying about ease ins, ease outs. You know, you could do that after you do. Just keep 50% in betweening everything, you know? Nothing wrong with animating that way if you're just starting out. It's definitely what I did when I was doing like flip books and stuff, you know? was just take one keyframe drawing and just kept putting drawings in between and just kept 50% in betweening. But I want this to look a little bit more natural. So I think if we play through how this animation, how this action goes.
I would let him walk. I would let him walk.
I think using our ball example,
I would let him walk.
I want the ball to have a lot of inertia on this pose right here, and then have it kind of like snap more or less into this pose. And again, like, I don't know that'll work. This is just what in my head I think might look good. So I think the way I would want these in-betweens to go is I definitely want at least one favoring drawing for keyframe B. So again, like I was saying, I don't even put a McDonald's arch because this one's like basically the same drawing as that one, just to kind of soften this motion a little bit. But for here, where it's the start of the motion, I want it to kind of build a little bit. So I think I would do something kind of like this. So again, these two, basically on top of each other. Basically the same drawing. They don't need a McDonald's arch. But this one is definitely a 50% in between my keyframe and my breakdown. 50%. And then this one right here, also 50%. Which actually makes this 25%, right? Does that make sense? This is 25% of the way there. Again, it'll probably make more sense once we start in-betweening things, but essentially we have our big McDonald's arch for this drawing, and then we have a smaller McDonald's arch for this drawing. And the way to work for in-betweens is to work from big to small. So we already have these two drawings figured out, right? We've got our breakdown and our key figured out already. But we don't have this drawing yet. And because it's the biggest in-between to do, it's like the biggest, how to put it? So I can't figure out where this drawing is yet, right? Until I have this drawing to reference it, right? Because it's 50% in between from this key pose to this drawing right here. So until I draw this drawing, I will have no idea where this drawing needs to go or what it needs to look like, right? So you work big to small. You work from the biggest 50% in between to the 25% in between, and then to the drawing that's like basically on top of each other. I hope that makes sense. Please ask me questions if you want me to like go over something more. But yeah, so right now we're going from our keyframe to our breakdown. So I'll just add a blank in between. Between those two. And this is a 50% in between, right? So again, just as we did before. Try to keep things on arcs as much as you can. Remember our pendulum example? So again, just with time and experience, you kind of learn, like, where the arcs need to go. So, like, a good example is, like, my eye is right here, and then my closed eye is right here. So rather than adding the 50% in between right here, I would just arc it down a little bit. More like that. It's just something you kind of get an eye for the more you do it, and also flipping your animation drawings can help a lot with that. But yeah, just for all of these, I'm trying to stay on an arc. Oops, accidentally deleted his eye. Sorry, Julian. And sometimes you can, like, I prefer flipping, but you can also leave onion skin on and flip at the same time. It's also a good way of working while doing in-betweens, too. Kind of helps you see, like, if volumes are staying consistent. I think for this eyebrow, have it bend kind of like that. It's kind of hard to see his mustache, so I'm going to darken that up a little bit. So, just while we're doing in-betweens, just to talk about it, have you seen those animation pencil tests where, like, body parts will disappear? You'll see animators animate something, but, like, not everything will be redrawn. Like, sometimes it'll just be, like, the top of the torso and the head, and then the legs kind of disappear, stuff like that. The reason animators do that is because those parts aren't moving. Just to save on, like, pencil miles, and also, like, because it's unnecessary. If something's not moving, there's not really a reason to draw it again, you know? So if a character's just standing still and their legs aren't moving, just get rid of them for that in-between. Animation's a lot of work, so that's kind of like a time and sanity saver. So, like, for example, Julian's sitting on the couch, right? If I were to have his, like, legs being drawn, and he's moving, well, his legs would probably shift a little bit, but maybe not necessarily where his feet are planted. So maybe, like, the tops of his legs would be redrawn, reanimated, but keeping his feet in relatively the same place, as an example. So whenever you see body parts disappear when animators are doing in-betweens, that's usually why. It's usually because it's not moving. And there's no reason to draw it again. The funny thing about animation is, like, amateurs sometimes, in some ways, work harder than the professionals do. I think a lot of expertise in animation is knowing where to put the work in, you know? Doing less in-betweens, but having it read a lot clearer. Not drawing every body part on every in-between. Something I'm still personally learning. Let's see, and then have his arms start to appear here. And there's our first in-between done. That didn't take that long, right? One of the benefits of having a super simple character. So if we go back to our spacing chart that we're working on, we're only working on this section, right? We're going from keyframe to breakdown. We did this drawing. Yahoo! Yippee! We're done. What's our next drawing to do? It would be this one, right? Because it's the next biggest in-between to do. And then after that, we'll do this drawing, which is basically not a 50% in-between, it's just a favoring drawing. I'll show you what that looks like when we get to it. But we know how a 50% in-between works, right? So I'm going in between my keyframe and the in-between we just drew. So I'm going in between those two, adding a blank frame, turning on my onion skin, just so I can see between those two drawings, and doing a 50% in between yet again. But technically, it's more like a 25% in between out of the whole motion. Brave's a really good teacher assistant. So we've kind of entered into the shut up and work stage of the class. So if you guys have any questions or want me to go over anything, or if you have any like off-topic questions or anything, now would be a good time. So here we'll start to have his eyes just barely start closing. And again, keeping those arcs in mind. Flipping can really help with that, like flipping from one drawing to the other can really help with seeing if things are feeling natural, moving from one to the other. And also, like, don't be afraid to, like, I don't know, do it wrong a little bit. Sometimes if animation is, like, too methodical and too technical, it kind of loses a little bit of life. I know that's something I'm trying to, like, avoid in my own personal work, is, like, always doing 50%, like, super even, technically correct in-betweens. It's kind of dull and, boring. I think it's worth learning, but if you learn it and then throw it out the window, I think that's also good as well. Ever done cutout? Yeah, most of my studio work is cutout animation, actually. You don't really get a lot of studio frame-by-frame work these days anymore. Okay, so our 25% in between is done. We just did this one by referencing our keyframe and the in-between we did previously. So this drawing is all done. Now we're gonna do this drawing, which is a favoring drawing that's basically on top of this drawing. So if we go to here, so this is the in-between we just did, and then there's this drawing. We blank this out, turn on our onion skin. This is probably not a great example because they're already so on top of each other, spacing-wise. But essentially, maybe with the eyebrow, it'd be the easiest to say. So instead of putting my in-between just 50% in this case, I'm wanting to do a favoring in-between, where I favor the keyframe rather than the in-between. So rather than putting the eyebrow right here, I'm wanting to favor, favoring's a word I like to use because I think it exemplifies what we're trying to think about here. We're wanting to favor the red drawing rather than the green drawing. Same thing with his eyes, we want to favor the red drawing rather than the green drawing. And it's a really good way to add cushions to your animation. When you hear about, like, jokes about animators basically drawing the same drawing again, it's drawings like this that they're talking about, where it literally practically is the exact same drawing, just only moved, like, millimeters. So I'm really, like, trying to get it closer to the red drawing rather than the green drawing. Shoulder's a good example, so rather than having his shoulder be right here 50% of the way, I'm gonna have it favor the red drawing more, like that. And that'll really help you get a nice ease in to your animation. Or ease out if you were going the other direction, if you're on the other side of the timeline. I think we lost his neck hole in his t-shirt for this animation. Whoops. I'm gonna skip the Pokemon music. And then timing-wise, I'm going to put these all on 2s. So, what 2s and 1s, when you hear animators talking about putting animation on 2s, 1s, 3s, that's them talking about how often the drawing changes per second. So if we're animating on 24 frames per second and we animate on 1s, that means that there's a different drawing for each one of those 24 frames, right? There's 24 drawings in 24 frames per second if we're animating on 1s. If we animate on 2s, that means every drawing is exposed for 2 frames. And that would give you 12 drawings in 24 frames per second. If we were to animate on 3s, like a lot of anime is animated on 3s, that would give you 8 drawings per second. So for this example, right here, if I were to slowly go frame by frame, here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is animated on 2s. And it's what a lot of Disney animation is animated on, is on 2s. Unless it's a really quick or fast motion. And that gives us a motion that looks like this. I was looking pretty good. So we got, in our cheeky little timeline here, we've got all of this done. The last thing we need to do is just this cheeky little favoring drawing for our next keyframe. So we'll add a blank drawing right here, turn on our onion skin. So for favoring, this is a better example. So you can see how big of a space, how much spacing is in between all of these drawings. So rather than doing a 50% in between, in this case, since we want to favor the next drawing, we're going to favor the green next drawing in this case. And have it pretty close to the green drawing, but just leading up to it. So you can see, if I turn up my onion skin, we're trying to get closer to the green drawing rather than the red one. And that'll give us a nice cushion into this keyframe. Sometimes if I'm doing this too, I like turning down the opacity on the red keyframe just so it's taking up a little bit less visual space. It's not quite as cluttered, because sometimes having onion skin on can really turn into drawing spaghetti. Becomes a little bit hard to see what's going on. This is such a big movement, I think we might need more in-betweens than what we gave ourselves, but we'll see what it looks like. Again, like creating those spacing charts, it's just my best guess. Very rarely do I get it right on the first pass of things, you know? You just try what you think will work. When it doesn't, you just adjust. You add drawings, you take away drawings until it looks good. This is why it's worth like cleaning up your keys, because that's not what his hands should look like, but we can figure that out during the tie down pass. I don't like leaving work for future Jesse, if we can help it, but in this case that's exactly what we're gonna do. So there's that in between. So if we just loop this part, We'll stop it here, start it here. I'll turn off the sound so I don't drive you guys crazy. So if we play it... it's kind of poppy and fun. It might be a little bit too poppy. Because he's pulling something up, right? I do like the scrub. I do like how it feels like it's cleaning my ears out. Thinking about it, just thinking about it in my head, I think I would want either an in-between here or like here on like a third from the breakdown, you know? Don't be afraid of like putting things on thirds. So if I were to do the McDonald's arch, it would be kind of like here. But oh no, there's no drawing here on the 50% mark. What do we do? This is kind of how I show that that a frame should be on a third. Is have it like be in between this arch right there. Just to make this more clear. Like this drawing's basically on top of that one. So if I were to do a drawing on a third, kind of favoring the breakdown drawing in this case, I would go right here. So this is breakdown, this is keyframe. Or this is breakdown, this is the in-between we just did, and then this is keyframe. I'm gonna go before this in-between by 2 frames. Add a blank one in between these two. But when I turn on my onion skin, this is referencing the wrong drawing. This is referencing the in-between that we drew. So over on my onion skin panel, I actually want to turn off that one and turn on my keyframe. Just so you can see. So this is with both of them turned on. This is why it's important to do things in order too. Just because this can get confusing. If you're onion skinning using the wrong drawing. So this is with both of them, right? This one is the in-between head, and then this one's the keyframe head. We want to be referencing the keyframe head, not the in-between, right? So in my onion skin panel over here, I'm turning off the next onion skin, and then leaving on the onion skin after that one. So now I can also see it in my onion skin. Now I'm referencing the keyframe here, keyframe B. So, for a third, you probably get it, right? So, previous head is right here. Next head is over here. Rather than 50% in-betweening, we're going to favor more the red drawing, right? So if that's our green drawing. So we're drawing our in-between 1/3 of the way towards the red. It's kind of like what we were doing before, but a little less on top. So if we're doing a third, that means the head's probably down about that much. And we'll have the eyes start to open. I'm doing a third because I think dragging at this point, like staying down here a bit longer, would look nicer rather than... Because I still want this to pop. I still want it to pop up to this pose. But it was too poppy. So I'm adding another in-between, but I don't want it to smooth out. So I'm not doing a 50% in-between. I'm doing a third, so Julian kind of hangs down at the bottom here a bit longer. Will help kind of keep that pop at the same time as smoothing things out, you know? Maybe we'll give him 2 eyebrows since his eyebrows kind of switch places, maybe? Or maybe we'll erase this one? For stuff like that, where it's like switching from one to the other, you can often hide stuff during the in-betweens, you know? For his hair, we can almost do like a front-facing hair a little bit, I think. Again, kind of thinking about it in a 3D shape, it's almost like a little cube rectangle thing that's on his head. But I don't want those lines there. I don't want that to actually show. That's just how I'm thinking about it. And lip syncing is something that you want to do after you're done with all of your rough animation. Lip syncing kind of is one of those like last steps. It's the same as like animating hair or like floppy bits. It's something you want to do after the main body action is all done. Let's see, maybe here we could start putting his arm in front of his body like this. Maybe not. What if it's like right there? Might be okay. Bring this out further. And then his arm, I really want it dragging behind, because he's pulling up the Power Rangers the movie DVD. I'd let him watch it. Maybe pull it out even a bit farther. Like that. Do you see why animation tutorials take so long to make? I really picked a bad subject to make a YouTube channel out of. Let's see. Maybe bring his shoulder down even more. Bring this in a little bit. Drag his hair behind a little bit more. Let's see how that looks. How does that look now that we have an extra in between? Doesn't that feel so much nicer? I don't know about you guys, but I could tell the difference. That feels like it's popping a lot less. One every 6 months, 1 minute each, not a bad idea. I thought about doing like shorts and stuff just to like illustrate different concepts rather than like full tutorials would be a good thing to try and get into. So that's one full motion done. That's how to get from one pose to the other. That's essentially in-betweens. The next thing I think I want to go over, let's see, we need to do a tie-down pass. What I think we could do is kind of tie up, like, tie down, clean up, coloring and compositing, and exporting all in just one keyframe. Just like cleaning up this last pose to completion, just so we have like a finished like style frame to go for the rest of our animation. I think that's how we'll tackle this. I think that's how we'll do it. As much as I would love to finish this entire animation on stream, which I think we could do, by the way. But I want to get concepts out there for you guys to like finish your stuff with. Also, I want to watch my cartoon again. Sorry.
Got a minute?
Get out of my face.
Jesus!
Boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
That's so cute.
Jesus! Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch
What
it.
if he said Shirt Tails the movie?
Jesus!
What if instead
Julian,
of saying
what if you
anything
had a
cool?
cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
I would let him watch it. That's so cute. I love Julian. What if he said Doi? Let's see. So yeah, let's go to this frame. I would let him watch it. Jesus. Are cats normally saying something cool? Okay, so let's say just for as an example. Well, not as an example, for truly and for certain. This is our rough animation drawing and it's all done. This is as far as I would take a rough pass for animation. I wouldn't go any cleaner than this. For doing a tie down, I would make a new layer. Call it a tie down pass. Add that. And a really important layer I like to add, personally, is the milk layer. So usually the milk layer, I'll type in all capitals, M-I-L-K, add and close. And the milk layer, as we all know, is just a layer of milk that we add. So I'm gonna make a new color in Toon Boom Harmony, and I'm gonna make it kind of a gray-white, and make it a little bit transparent. And then just drag a filled-in rectangle across my whole animation. Just like that. Might even make it a little bit more opaque. Something kind of like that. So here, if I turn it on and off, is my milk layer. So my milk layer, I can move up and down. I can move it behind my rough animation. I can move it in front of my rough animation. And this just allows me to kind of just put a layer of milk over the top of my animation and just allow me to start tying down things on top. Milk layer, very important, very useful. It allows you to just get a clearer vision of what you're cleaning up. Because if I were to not have the milk layer on, and just like, let's say it looked like that, it's a little hard to tell what's rough and what's been tied down, you know. So milk layer, very important for doing the tie down pass. Hey Darby, how's it going? And you can make your milk any color, but I like doing a gray-white just because it's easier on the eyes. A really important thing for tie downs, which we don't really have because we did our character designs really rough, really sketchy. But if we had a fully cleaned up character turnaround model sheet, like this one, definitely trace over this stuff. Like, this stuff exists to be traced over. This is not a cheat. It's not bad to do. It's something industry professionals do all the time. Is they'll take their character turnaround model sheet and they'll put it underneath the milk layer. And then, you know, they'll position it kind of wherever they need it to be. Rotate it, scale it, however you need. Position it. And then literally use it to trace over, just to make sure that everything stays consistent. Things might be different, you know. They might be like looking off in a different direction, having a different expression, maybe slightly like different head tilt. But this is encouraged to do. Like, this is something that is encouraged to do, is to literally trace over the model sheet. It's a really good way to make sure things are consistent and you're staying on model. So this is done during the tie down phase of your animation. So tie downs is where the less creative stuff happens. Like, all the creative stuff has happened in your rough animation pass, where you figured out like the funny jokes, the funny movements, the funny gags. Now it's time to take it and just put it back on model. Take your rough, silly drawings, bring in the model sheet, put on a podcast, start just tying things down, bringing things more on model. And the reason this is a tie down pass and not a cleanup pass is because you can still be kind of sketchy with it. You know, cleanup is more for like final line work. Tie down is where you can use whatever brush is comfortable to sketch with. I won't always do a tie down pass. If time doesn't allow for it, I'll just go straight into cleanup. But if time allows for it, I like taking the time to do a tie down pass, because I find it actually saves me time in the long run on the cleanup stage. I'm not having to like figure things out as much in the cleanup stage. Like having to figure out putting the character on model and trying to figure out like final line work and final look and everything at the same time. That's a lot. That's a lot to ask. So it's nice to take the time to do this extra step of just putting things on model during the tie down phase. It'll save you a lot of time during the cleanup phase. But yeah, if you have a model sheet, to reference, do bring it into your project, resize it, scale it up, rotate it, flip it horizontal, whatever you need to do. Very encouraged thing to do. So I'm just gonna take this one frame and just kind of figure out, you know, how I want Julian to look. You know, take him from a blobby man creature and kind of figure out, you know, does he have a nose? Does he not have a nose? Also, like, just speaking on the milk layer, it's just fun to talk about the milk layer out of context during a Discord voice call. It's really fun to bring up milk layers just out of pocket. I feel like that's 50% of the fun. So we're kind of in a shut up and just get the work done mode. If anyone has any questions or want me to talk about anything we haven't gone over, feel free to bring it up. Also, like, copy and paste is so useful. It's mostly useful in, like, the cleanup stage, when you want lines to not, like, wiggle around too much. Using copy and paste is so, like, important and useful to do during cleanup. Like, during cleanup, I'll probably take this head circle after I've cleaned it up using my vector line, and I'll probably literally copy and paste this head circle on ever redrawing just to keep it consistent, you know? Unless you're going for like a line boil kind of look. If you want that really hand-drawn look to it, then don't do that. It really depends on what kind of style you want to go for. Do you want it to look clean, neat, and vectory, or do you want it to look like rough and hand-drawn? I think both have their merits. I think both can look really good. Julian! Julian! We need to talk about lip sync before the stream's done as well. Lip sync is actually one of my favorite things to animate. I love animating lip sync. That doesn't look great. Here's the thing that's in Toon Boom. I know Clip Studio has this feature in their vector tools, but for getting like really nice, like smooth lines, I like to draw past the lines and then use the cutter tool to cut off these excess pieces, and you just get really nice looking shapes that way, like for his tongue. I can do the same thing and just cut off the excess. I would let him watch it. Yeah, I was just talking about how I like having my milk layer be a little bit gray. I like it being a little bit past its expiration. Let's see, we've hit like an hour, so it's probably another time for a 5-minute break. Give my voice a little rest. Let's... We'll play through the whole animation during this this break for anyone that hasn't seen it. I'll leave the audio off just because I don't want to drive people crazy. As funny as that would be. Oh, here. I'll play it with audio. Just a couple of times for anyone who hasn't seen it yet.
Got a minute?
Get out of my face,
Jesus!
boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
Got a minute?
Get out of my face,
Jesus!
boy.
Julian, okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
I would let him watch it.
It gets funnier every time.
Jesus!
I would let him watch
Julian,
it.
okay, what if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said, Power Rangers the movie!
Okay, let's turn the audio off. Alright, guys. 5-minute recess. Get up, get some water, go stretch. Whatever you like. Go watch Power Rangers the movie. What if instead of saying anything cool, like cats usually do, it's like, oh, Power Rangers the movie? What if instead of saying anything cool, I don't know, it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool to say Power Rangers the movie, I think. Gonna hopefully finish the digital art of your clown soda. That sounds awesome, Brave. Please share, I would love to see. That was 5 minutes. Hope you spent it wisely. You're never getting it back. Let's see. Power Rangers the movie. So I kind of showed how to tie down a character, right? Like I started introducing the concept of tying down. Rather than finishing this tie down drawing, I want to show how to do lip sync. Because I would actually tackle the lip sync before getting into the tie down pass. I was just thinking about. Tie down is like everything's been figured out. Like you've done all of your rough animation on like all the floppy bits, all the lip sync, all the everything. So tie down wouldn't actually come until after lip sync. So I wanted to go over lip sync on this Power Rangers the movie part. So I'm just gonna milk layer over this thumbnail drawing right now. Do a new layer for cat. Power Rangers the movie. Start and stop. Drew one circle. Nice, dude. This is awesome. I bet it was a kick-ass circle. So I wanted to kind of maybe a little bit challenge myself that I wanted to do lip sync with a muzzle rather than like a human face for this example, because I don't really animate. Have I ever animated a muzzle doing, well, I guess my talking Fugi, but besides that, I don't know if I've really animated a lot of muzzles for animation, so I kind of wanted to do that. I don't like that brush. Let's do, yeah, this one. Let's have our cat here. He's looking great. He's doing fine. He's doing so good. He's oh so healthy. He's my oh so healthy baby boy. He is oh so healthy. So I'm going to do his head on one layer and his mouth on another. This won't be what I'm using for the animation. I want his head to like move around and be silly. So I would recommend like before getting into lip sync, like figuring all that stuff out first, all the body mechanics, all the body motion before getting into lip sync. This is just going to be lip sync on just a still moving head, but the principles would still apply all the same, even if the head and body was moving around constantly. You would just move it in 3D space. You know how we draw the guidelines. So, you know, if the cat head was facing like straight on, the lines would be like here. Muzzle would be facing front like this. If maybe he were facing up and to the right. Why is there just silent music track in some of these? You know, up to the side. The middle line would look more like this. So his nose and muzzle would be more up this way. So the principles would still be the same. It would just follow along wherever the head movement was going. Anyways. Let's center this a bit more. What if you had a cat, but instead of saying anything cool, it just said Power Rangers the movie? New Tamers? I'm so behind on Tamers. Sounds good, Brave. Take care. Safe drive home. Okay, so for his muzzle, I'm gonna do it as kind of like a half and half circle, so the top half is gonna be the top of his upper lip, and then the bottom half is gonna be his lower lip. Kind of like that. He's not happy, so I'm trying to give him like more of a neutral kind of expression. So milk layer, again, we can move our milk layer above our cat, so we are only focusing on the muzzle for now. Oops. I erased my milk. Alright, so there's our muzzle. So if we scrub through our audio, or if we play through it once...
Power Rangers the movie!
And if we scrub through it...
Power Rangers the movie!
What we can do... I'm trying to think how I want to explain this. So with lip sync, a lot of the times people will add too many mouth shapes into the lip sync. One way I like to tackle it is only animating the vowels at first. So the ah and Power Rangers. So if we scrub through it, Power Rangers. So this is kind of like an ah. Turn on our onion skin just to keep things consistent. And the top part of the muzzle's not going to move too much, right? Because that part's attached to the skull. But I'll move it a little bit. And this will be our ah mouth shape. Give him some fangs. Could probably exaggerate that a bit more, actually. So for an ah shape, I usually like drawing it like this. Actually, you know what I could do? Is just write out all the phonemes that I think about when I'm doing lip sync. So let me do that. Power Rangers the movie. So phonemes are like the mouth charts. If you look up phonemes on Google, you can see a bunch of examples of different phenome charts. Here's how I generally think about them. And I'll just do them dead simple. Let's see, maybe I'll do it like this. So this is M's or just closed mouth shapes, or like the beginnings of P's start with closed mouth shape. A really simple one. S's. Kind of a wide open mouth. Like this. I think for E's and E's. And then for Oz, I usually do more of an open mouth like this. And these are kind of sad mouths or neutral mouths. Obviously, if the character's happy, they're going to have more happy expression. I'm just trying to do something kind of neutral as an example. So, ah. Another one is tongue touching the top of the teeth. So for things like THs or Ds or thes or la. This is one I'll use kind of sparingly. I don't use this one a ton. But tongue touching top of teeth for TH or L's. Everyone's favorite. The U shape. U shape or O. One that I generally like to use, that's kind of a weird one, but I find extremely useful, is a mouth shape kind of like this. I use this one for like R's. Or sometimes I'll use this as like a transitional shape from U's to Ah's. I find it to be a really good like in-between kind of mouth drawing to move in and out of your U shapes. So it's really good for in-betweening, but generally I write it down as an R shape. And then the last one, unless I'm missing anything, is everyone's other favorite mouth shape. The F mouth shape. So like fuh, or actually, we could show some teeth here. That's a little bit more clear. So, friend. My nice friend. So the idea is if you do like the F sound, you kind of bite the bottom lip, right? To get the F shape. So to get that like illustrated across, we sort of draw the wrinkles of the mouth. They're a little bit exaggerated here. You know, all of these mouth drawings are going to depend on your style. I'm trying to exaggerate them in a cartoony way just to make it a little bit more clear. But yeah, biting the bottom lip is a really good way to show like F sounds. So something like that. V's can sometimes look like this as well. Volleyball. Maybe not quite as strong. But yeah, these are generally all the mouth shapes that I will use. Is like neutral, S mouth shape. Sometimes I'll use these for D's as well. E's or mouth shape. TH's, L's. Sometimes these are for D's also. Oo's or uh's. R mouth shape, which also just makes like a good in-between from your U shape into any other mouth shape, and then the F or the V mouth shape. I'll kind of zoom out just to show you all the mouth shapes that I generally tend to draw. So yeah, that's sort of what I'm thinking as I'm doing this. So this is like our ah mouth shape, right? And again, we're going by vowels, so if we're listening through Power Rangers the movie, power, so it's kind of an or shape. So to simplify it, I would probably do like a mouth shape kind of like that. Power. It's almost an in-between between an oo. It's almost like an OU mouth shape, like Power Rangers. He's also saying it weird, so it's like delivery is very weird. Power. Let's also fill this in black so we can see the silhouette a little bit more clear. So yeah, animate the vowels first on lip sync. And that'll get you a lot of the way there. That'll get you like most of the way there without overcomplicating the mouth shapes. Rangers, so it's Rangers. It's like Rangers. Power Rangers. So I'm drawing like my E mouth shape. And I'm also making it asymmetrical since the cat's kind of living an asymmetrical life, you know? Power Rangers, the movie. You could probably go from the A shape into the E shape. Rangers. So what if we paste the A shape? That feels a little bit better. Rangers. So he's got his teeth closed. So even though this is a S mouth shape, it works for when just the teeth are closing or the mouth is closed, but he's still talking. And for these, I like adding shadows on the left and right for the S mouth shape. Rangers. Range. And he's kind of doing the U shape again. Or do we want to use the E shape? Maybe the E shape, because he's going the movie. And then here he's going back into his M or his neutral mouth shape, his closed mouth shape. I think maybe we'll want to simplify this. Just get rid of these extra lines. Have it be a bit more like that. Something like that. Power Rangers. So I can hear the E sound here. there. And then here I can hear the M sound where he's closing it. And one tooltip is that anytime the character's mouth is closed, it should stay closed for at least 2 frames. The moo. So this is a big ooh sound. So I think I'll start with a big ooh and then go into a small ooh. Something like that. Move V, so va. Let's see, I want to copy, just so I don't lose track of where the nose is meant to go. I'm copying that from the closed mouth shape. Gonna squish it down, bring it up a little bit for va. So this is our V mouth shape. And then E. And then back into closed mouth shape. How's this look?
Wait. Power Rangers the movie.
One more time.
Power Rangers the movie.
I think to smooth this transition, I like the pop, like going from closed to big open. I like the pop of that, but I think the transition from here to here needs smoothed out. So we can either do a new drawing to in between these two, or we can try just taking our E shape and plugging that in between. I'm also trying to keep these mouth shapes on 2s if I can help it, just to help readability and keep it from having flapping mouth syndrome.
Power Rangers the movie.
I don't know if I like that as much. I think we will try in betweening it. Something kind of like that. Power Rangers the movie. I think here we might want to in between 2. It's just anytime he goes to that big open mouth shape, you know, it's popping a little bit too much, so I'm adding like just a little bit of in-betweening just to smooth that out a little bit.
Rangers the movie.
I like how movie looks.
Power Rangers the movie. Power Rangers the movie.
For the, I think I want his mouth to open a little bit and also just do like kind of a weird, it's almost like a weird ah shape, just to add a little bit of character. It's still an ah shape, but just a different drawing for it, where it's not quite as symmetrical. Just to add a little bit of character. For the. the movie.
Power Rangers the movie.
That feels better.
Power Rangers the movie.
I think here we can soften this a little bit, just so it like smooths out into the closed mouth shape. We just have his mouth get a little bit smaller before fully closing at the end. Remember we were talking about ease in, ease outs. This would just kind of like ease it out a little bit.
Power Rangers the movie.
That feels pretty good.
Power Rangers the movie.
Thank you for the save reminder.
Power Rangers the movie.
So here's my big tip that I always like to give for lip sync. After you've got it like pretty nailed down and you're like 100% happy with it,
Power Rangers the movie.
take all this lip sync and move it back by 2 frames. And for just whatever reason, I always explain it as you see things before you hear them. Light travels faster than sound. For whatever reason, moving lip sync back 2 frames.
Power Rangers the movie.
Oh, let me... Oh, this might not work because, Oh, it's supposed to be cool. Pretend that you were like, wow, that looks great.
Power Rangers the movie.
It doesn't work because, it doesn't start with the closed mouth shape. Hold on. Hold on. Still pretend like you're impressed.
Power Rangers the movie. Power Rangers the movie. Power Rangers the movie.
I think Power Rangers doesn't look quite right, but movie looks a lot better.
Power Rangers the movie.
Let me undo that. Sometimes animation's trial and error.
Power Rangers the movie.
Yeah, let me try moving these guys back. Because I liked how Power Rangers looked before. But if we move everything after that back...
Power Rangers the movie.
That feels better.
Power Rangers the movie.
That feels better. Okay, so we fiddled with it a little bit. It wasn't quite like a 1-for-1, just because it starts so like big. It's like immediately goes into Power Rangers. But now with some of it moved back 2 frames.
Power Rangers the movie. Power Rangers the movie. Power Rangers the movie.
I really like that. I think that looks neat. But yeah, that's my big thing with lip sync is just like move things back by 2 frames, have things happen a little bit earlier in lip sync. Sometimes it's helpful to like do this, animate the lip sync just in place, just in one spot, and then apply like these mouth shapes to your 3D moving around character afterwards. Just because these mouth shapes are so quick to draw, you know? Like this took no time at all. This was super easy to like draw and doodle. But now we could take these muzzle mouth shapes and apply them to our 3D body movement, you know? So that's my big spiel on lip sync. It's one of my favorite things to animate. I love animating lip sync. But yeah, after getting all the rough animation done, that's probably what I would do is I would just go up to like the top right corner and just figure out like all of my lip sync drawings like up here in the corner and just animate up here and trying to get this little like corner mouth reading well. I would figure out those mouth shapes first, and then I would take that information and I'd apply it to like my full-on character over here, where he's like moving around in 3D space. Going Power Rangers the movie. Alright, so again, we're back into shut up and work mode, so let's continue tying down Julian over here. We'll probably just call this the full cleanup, because I'm kind of he's such a simple character, we don't really need to do a tie down pass. Now that I'm in like the thick of it, he's so simple. Like, there's not really a ton to figure out with Julian. I could probably just call this fully tied down animation, or fully cleaned up animation rather. This is also why I like Toon Boom, is because of brushes like this. Like, this looks like Photoshop, you know, raster brushes. It's got texture and pixels and stuff to it, but I can still do things to it, like manipulate it as if it were a vector brush, you know? It's such a shame that Toon Boom's gone subscription only. Purely for greed. There's no, like, other reason for it. But, you know, there's other ways to get Toon Boom. You know, check your local Blockbuster. So, I used to recommend Toon Boom, but I really can't, in good conscience, recommend them anymore. Power Rangers the movie. Also, like, this ability to just, like, spin my canvas around and, like, move and rotate, and it's so fun to draw in. I know, like, GAD uses it fully as an illustration program, which is super neat. I think I want to give him a little, like, hair curly-do. A little doodly-do. Krita degrades the lines when you deform them. Toon Boom kind of will too. It might be a little bit hard to tell, but if I were to take, like, these pixelized lines and, like, squish them down and then bring them up. Oh, actually, maybe never mind. Maybe that is fine. I think doing this tool, though, this one where you're, like, bending the lines, definitely, like, degrades it a little bit. Like, you can get some kind of weird looking effects. So you can push it only so far, but it's not too bad. Yeah, his antenna that he uses to find prey. See, I think I'm gonna, if we're doing cleanup, I'm gonna turn my smoothing up. Usually I like keeping my smoothing on my tools pretty low, just because it doesn't keep up with my brain. My really quick, fast, smart brain, if I have it up too high, it just draws too slow. But if I'm doing cleanup, I like having smoothing at about, like, a 60. But if I'm sketching or doodling, usually I'll either have it, like, fully turned off, or I'll have it at, like, 20 at the most. Julian. So what we're going to be doing now is taking this frame and turning it into a final complete frame. And I think that's a good thing to do in your animation early on, so you can, like, settle on a style and a look that you're going for that you can apply to the entire rest of the animation. It's what I did for my Game Grumps animation. Is I had this whole big long, like, 2-minute animation, but I took just one really short scene and I finished it fully to completion while everything else was still, like, thumbnails, you know? And that helped me figure out, like, okay, this is the style of movement, it's the style of line quality. It helped me answer a lot of questions for doing the rest of the animation when I was working on it. I love this brush. This is one I got from Derpixen when I was working on a cleanup animation for them. It's so good. Let's see. I like having a little bit of line weight too. Like a little bit of line weight could be fun. Give it that like bold cartoony kind of look. Do you guys have any podcasts or any YouTube videos? Any creators that you would want to animate to? I know I have some Brutal Moose audio I've been wanting to animate for a while as well. Critical Role, yeah, I know D&D is like a big one to do for sure. Skid's D&D campaign, I'm sure, would have some really fun ones to animate to. Let's see. Beep 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 boo. So you can see how cleanup is different than tie downs. Since I'm treating this as cleanup rather than tie downs, I'm like, rather than putting the character on model, I'm trying to get like final line work. Trying to figure out how I want the final line quality to be. I think for Julian, I feel like Julian's so like smiley. I want to give him like smile lines or something, you know? Something kind of like that. Oh, I'd still animate something, even if it's not trendy, you know? Who cares? In my experience, like, chasing after trends just gets me, like, gets my stuff drowned with all the other people doing the same thing. I've never had a trendy animation or a trendy drawing actually do well. I'm sure that's not the case for everybody, it's just been the case for me. I don't know, that'd be a big, like, motivation killer for me as well. I feel like that's not quite why I would want to animate something. I want to animate something because it makes my friends laugh, you know? That's a big motivation for me. That's what I care about the most, I think. Either something that makes my friends laugh or makes me laugh. Everything else is just a bonus. Yeah, Super Mega's got good established, like, character designs too, which is always helpful. Really solid character colors and designs. Very recognizable. Dude, I've heard this audio so many times and it still makes me laugh. I think that's a big sign that it's like good to animate too. Julian! Julian! I'd let him watch it. Adding hashing is probably not a great idea, but it looks so good. There's probably like smarter ways to do that. Like, I think what you could do is do like a pattern and then have a mask kind of reveal where the hashing is for something like that. That's probably how I would do it. But since we're just cleaning up the one frame, we can have it for now and then decide how we want to technically tackle it. Make it a future Jesse problem. Julian! There's a really funny animation of Oni plays Courage the Cowardly Dog that I cannot repeat here, but it cracks me up so much. It's so funny. The one of Ashley playing the guitar is really, really good too, style-wise. I love that one. You play that with your mouth, you bitch. You know the one. It's so good. Hey, Tobias, how's it going? How the horns doing? Healthy and swell. Healthy and swollen. Healthy, engorged, and enraptured. I think we're pretty close to cleaning this up. I think for the Power Rangers, the movie prop, we'll just bring in like a Google image for temporary. That's something I would want to create in Blender and have a lot of fun with that prop. But it's a bit outside of the scope of what we're talking about here today. Yeah, it's rutting season. It's getting to be that time. We're talking about doing tie downs. We're at the tie down stage of our animation right now. What our objective is for right now is taking one animation cell and taking it to completion so that we know what style the line quality needs to be, what our character looks like when they're all like cleaned up and finished. I drew his shirt saying his name, but I think that could be really funny, actually. It's very like, I'm an 80s marketable cartoon character. And I need people to recognize which character I am. This is a 30-minute song, no wonder I'm going crazy. Julian! This is the same song! There we go. I need better, classroom music. I need better copyright-free classroom music. See, how's it look with the frame on? Maybe move this up a little. Toon Boom's also got some really good, like, distortion tools. For, like, just squeegeeing things into place. Hello, NFT. Something like that. That looks cute. That looks pretty cute. Julian. Are you good with the wave principle? Yeah, we could go over the wave principle. Wave principle at its core is relatively easy but hard to master. Essentially, it's just 4 different drawings. So the wave principle, if you don't know, applies to many things. It's a good way to add looseness to a character moving around. You can use it for blades of grass as like a really basic example of where wave principle can come in, or how a dog's tail moves when it's walking. I used it on, if you've seen my animation demo reel, I used it on how the cat's ears move when the wind is like blowing them around. But essentially, if you want to animate something moving in a wave, is like, if this is the root of the wave, and you do a little S curve. So this would be drawing number 1. Let me turn down my smoothing. This is drawing number 1. And then the thing about the wave principle is things move from the root first. So you can kind of think of the root is sort of leading the way, and then this, the end of the wave or the tail, gets left behind. So the root would move forward, leaving the tail behind, creating sort of a C curve. So this is an S curve. This is drawing number 2. A C curve. And then drawing number 3, the root's going back towards this direction, right? Or no, rather it's settling this way. But starting to head back towards the other direction. So drawing number 3 makes a reverse S curve. And then drawing number 4 to get back this way. Is just a reverse C curve. So that's essentially like how you would do a wave, is just doing those 4 drawings. These are a little bit fiddly. I would probably refine these a little bit more, but that's essentially how you would animate like a blade of grass, is just with those 4 drawings and then just in between them. It's a really, really like big important thing to practice. I would say it's like almost, if not more important than the bouncing ball. It depends if you want to get into FX animation. If you want to get into FX animation, it's huge. Like if you want to animate fire and things like that, or water. That's good for character stuff too, though. Oh, I don't know if I have it on my YouTube reel. It's on my, oh, maybe I do. Maybe it's on there. If you look up What Are Cats Thinking on my YouTube channel, it's like an old animation on my channel. If you want to see just the animation itself that I'm talking about. Bum 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 bum. Let's see, and then here we want to have a big curve shape. Let's turn our smoothing back on. Hey, demo disc. And I think I'm pretty happy with this for our cleanup, for our line work. So doing coloring in every program is going to be different. I'll try to do it in a way that's like software not reliant. A way you could do it in any software at all. I think I want to give him like, do I want to give him like little whiskers like that? That's kind of cute. Hey, Frog Glasses, how's it going? Holy shit. Amazing artist if you guys aren't following Frog Glasses. Julian. There, that looks pretty stupid. I like it. We're just on the stage of cleaning up our character and talking about how to take an animation from rough to clean up. So we just finished our line work, so now we're going to talk about how to color and shade. Let's see. I like adding like little neck shadows. Something like that just to separate it. There we go. I think I'm pretty happy with this. One thing to keep in mind, just to note, I've cleaned up my animation here pretty clean, right? But sometimes, a lot of times, keeping things kind of rough looks super appealing. You know, don't feel like you have to clean things to a sterile degree, you know? Sometimes, like, really rough, sporadic animation actually looks better than really polished, clean animation. Again, just, depends on what you're going for. Depends on your style. Depends what, you want to convey. But for here, just for this example, I'd like to take it to just a nice clean line, something easy to work with. Let's see. So now, oh, you got back from Japan. I'm going there next month. That's so cool. Taking a flight through a typhoon. I'm glad you're okay. That's insane. That is scary sounding. I'm glad you're all right. Yeah, I know the weather over in Southeast Asia can be a little bit crazy sometimes. Just want to thicken his mustache up a little bit. You can noodle with things all the livelong day, but at some point you need to just call things done. Things will never be perfect. And you know, there's nothing wrong with like being like, it's not great, but I can do better in the next project. So here's our cleaned up animation drawing. So for doing coloring, we're gonna make a new layer. There's ways to do it differently in Toon Boom, but I'm gonna do it in a way where you can follow along no matter what software you're using. If we make a new layer and call it color, and move it underneath our cleanup animation. There's different like methods for doing coloring and everything. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my neon green here. Actually, that's an awful color. I don't like that. I'm gonna do a different. We'll do like a purple. Like a nice mellow kind of purple, I think. And I'm gonna take a big, just basic brush, and I'm just gonna color in where color needs to happen. So I'm just doing the outline for it, basically. And I would do this once your cleanup animation's done on all of your animation. Just do this on all your frames. Just make sure everything's just like solidly filled in. And different animation programs will have ways to make this easier. I'm doing it the manual way. Toon Boom has ways to like automate this, and so does TV Paint. And maybe whatever animation program you're using will have an easier way of doing this. But for now, just to keep things neutral and like not software dependent, we're just manually going through, filling in. You know, if you're doing a Clip Studio Paint, maybe you can use the Magic Wand tool, fill things in that way. a really easy tip with a TV or Clip Studio Paint is to use Magic Wand on the background and then inverse selection. That can be a really easy way of doing this. And then using the paint bucket to fill in that way. And I'm glad he's so simple because we're already almost all filled in. And for this coloring stage, I'm going to change the background that he's against. So right now he's against a white background, but that's a little bit hard to tell color theory wise if he's working or not. So I'm going to change the background to be more of like, my favorite color to do is like a dark turquoise. Super duper neutral. Really easy to like see if your colors are working against it or not. So I'm gonna take my background, fill it in with that color, turn off my rough animation and my milk layer. And there we go. So now we've got Julian all colored in with one solid color. We can check, make sure if there's any like color where it shouldn't be, if it's like, you know, going over any gaps, if something's colored in, like something that should be transparent that, you know, needs to be cut out, make sure to do that. That looks good though. So I'm gonna do a new color for Julian's skin. We'll call it skin. And these characters are typically just pure white, so I'm just gonna use pure white for this. Don't use the underlayer. I don't want to do that because that's a Toon Boom thing. I want to do this in a way that everyone can follow along. What parts of Japan are you going to? I'm going to be in Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto is the plan. So in Toon Boom, it's got what's called the repaint brush. So what it does is if I paint over it, it doesn't work the way I thought it did. I think I'm on the wrong layer. Doi. Repaint. There we go. So the repaint brush, what it does is it doesn't go where paint doesn't exist. In most drawing programs, this is called lock transparency. So if you have lock transparency turned on and you start coloring in this way, it makes it really easy to just go through, you know, fill in where all the skin tone is. Just block off a border just like that, so along his neck. And then use your paint bucket tool. And fill in. Toon Boom's doing vectors, so it's leaving like little vector brush strokes. If that's happening, and you don't want it to, what you can do is you can press Control A. This is a Toon Boom thing, but you press Control A. And to get rid of all these individual like brush strokes, you press Control Shift F. Control Shift F will flatten your vector layer so that you don't get those individual brush strokes. How is lock transparency different than a mask? So a mask is... they're basically doing the exact same thing. A mask is more of like... what's a good way to talk about it? Masks are more like a tool that you would use. So masks are really useful for like, either using non-destructive editing. Like, let's say you were drawing different body parts on multiple layers, like... man, what would be a good example for, like... I'm not sure, because they're such different tools. They're used for such different things. Like, masks are really useful for, like... let's say you have a whole mouth drawing, like teeth, tongue, inside of the mouth and everything. Masks are really useful for stuff like that, where you're like, only show this much of the inside of the mouth. Like, use an animated mask to only show like these parts of the mouth at any given time. Lock transparency is mostly useful for like, if you want to color something in and you don't want to go like outside the lines. That's mostly what I use lock transparency for. You could do the same thing on like your cleanup drawing, like your ink layer. Like, I'm on my cleanup layer right now, and if I have lock transparency on, and you want to do things like, colored lines, like sometimes doing like a dark red on like the inside lines like this can be like a really cute, nice look. So if you have lock transparency, I don't have to worry about going outside the lines. It'll only affect where artwork is, you know. So if I wanted to do like colored line work, lock transparency can be really useful for something like that. Yeah, doing those dark red like outlines on the inside, really cute, really easy to do. Oh, you use masks for that. Interesting. Yeah, I'd have to see what your workflow is. There's no wrong way to do it. Animation and drawing programs these days, there's like 100 different ways to do the same thing. Recommend buying nail clippers when you're there, by the way. Oh, can you not have nail clippers on the plane? That seems weird. I thought nail clippers would be fine. Let's see, and then for Julian's shirt, I guess we could do like a light gray. These characters aren't very colorful. They're not a great example to show colors with. What about like a light bluish sort of? Like that? And then tongue, we could do the inside of his mouth, so let's make a tongue color. I guess it's simple enough to show how to color something in if they're all the same color. Let's do like purplish pink. Japanese nail clippers are really good. It's not a common enough gift, but it's legendary. Oh man. Yeah, souvenir suggestions are super welcome. I love bringing stuff back for people. That's a great one. Really easy to, like, pack and travel as well. Alright, so let's say your character's all colored in and you want to do shading, right? So for shading, we're going to do that as a separate layer on top. So I'm going to do a new layer called Shade. And we're going to make a new color. Usually I like doing, like... We're gonna start with a dark purple at like 40% transparency. Call it shade. We're gonna change this later. Make sure to turn off my lock transparency tool. But for shading, we're just gonna shade one side of our character. Just put one side of them in shadow. Thinking about them as a 3D shape. One thing with Toon Boom, I think if you go over things like more than once, it kind of like messes with the transparency. One thing you can do to avoid that from happening is turning on Auto Flatten, which is this button over here on your brush tool. And if you do that, it breaks it. What is happening? Why is that happening? Huh? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Whoops. Did I not make the shading layer? I might have pressed cancel by accident. Whoops. Shade layer. Is it working now? There we go. So now you can see it's like flattening and it's not doing that opacity thing. So just treat your character like a 3D object and just Shade one side of them. Again, this is animation, so every brushstroke that you add is going to add another hour to your process. So you might not even want to do shading, you know? That's kind of going to be up to you. I like shading my animations. I like how it looks. So it's a step I'm happy to take, willing to do. Do a little cast shadow for his head here. And it's okay to go over the outlines, or over the color. In Clip Studio, you can add clipping masks. And what that does is it clips it to the layer below. We'll have to do something a little bit different for Toon Boom Harmony. But in Clip Studio, it's very easy. You just add a clipping mask. And again, just put one side in shadow. I don't know why, but I always pick the left side. Don't forget things like tongue, teeth, eyeballs. I like adding a little bit of shading on things like their nose, like that. I guess they're not clipping masks, they're clipping layers. That was me misspeaking. Actually, does Photoshop call it clipping mask? I don't know. But clipping layers is probably more correct, because it's a layer behavior rather than a mask necessarily. It's basically just saying, like, this layer uses the layer underneath it to define what its borders are. Super duper useful for things like this, where you just want to color inside of things without worrying about going over the lines. I can see here we kind of went over the outline. Easy enough to clean up. We just go back to our color layer and erase that part. Photoshop and Procreate call them clipping masks. Oh, interesting. Krita calls it alpha inheritance. You have to make it a folder. Gotcha, gotcha. Thanks for the Krita tips. Yeah, because of... sometimes, like, just out of quirkiness, but sometimes out of, like, Adobe patents. Different software have to do things different ways. Yeah, a lot of things in Krita you actually have to do by turning them into groups. That's like a common Krita workflow thing. Every software is going to have its quirks. It doesn't make it bad software. It's just, everything's going to have a different thing to learn with. Moho very much the same way. Alright, I think I'm pretty happy with that for shading. That actually doesn't look too bad, the purple. But I'll show you what my original plan was. I wanted to use blending modes. Because blending modes can be really useful for... because this character's all white, but blending modes would be helpful if your character has, like, different colors going on. Can't forget the underboob shading. Super important. Let's see, just smooth this out a little. So my original plan that I wanted to do was I wanted to use like a light pink and no transparency. One thing I do sometimes, I probably could have done this time, is sometimes for when I'm doing shading is I like to pick just a really distinguishing kind of color. So something like this, like a blue, where I can just visually like see at a glance, or even like a green sometimes. Just so I can see like definitely where shadows are and definitely where they're not. Let's see, he needs a cast shadow on his hair as well. Sometimes I'll shade in this way just so I can really quickly see where my shadows are and where they need to be, even though it doesn't look good. Like, people look at this and they go like, what are you doing? But it helps me. But anyways, after your shading is all done, after you've got it in place where you need it to be, I like taking the shading layer and changing it to like a light pink, sort of like this color right here. And then, depending on your software, let's see, can I add blending modes without using the node view in here? I'm pretty sure I can. Oops, I added a bone. How did I do that? Undo. I don't use, what is it? Advanced or Essentials Toon Boom. I have the premium version. So I always forget, like, how you add blending modes and stuff like that in, Essentials. I think there is a way to, but I think it might be literally impossible for me to do in the premium version, just because they have the node view. But I believe it's something like you right-click and then you add, like, a blending node effect. Anyways, we're gonna do it in the node view. This is gonna look super scary, but don't be scared, okay? Don't be scared, it's okay. Node view is actually, like, super easy to understand. Basically, what the node view is it's the exact same thing as your layer view here. It's the exact same thing as layers, just meaning the leftmost layer is on top and the rightmost layer is on the bottom. That's all this is. That's all this is showing you. It's only the layer view. So you can see here we've got our cleanup ink with our shading layer underneath it, and then our color layer underneath it. It's just those three layers are the only ones we're worried about. So the first thing we want to do, again, you can do this with clipping layers in Clip Studio Paint, but in Toon Boom, what you want to do is you want to add a cutter node. So this is what a mask is in Toon Boom, is the cutter. They call it a cutter, but it's a mask. Don't be fooled. So the cutter basically says, okay, I'm gonna cut this layer using whatever layer is plugged into here. In this case, we want to drag the color art layer and drag it into the cutter node right here. And that'll cut it out. Always and forever, it'll always do the opposite of what you want. So to invert it, we just double click on this mask layer here, and it'll cut exactly what we want. So now it's not going outside the outlines anymore. So that's the first part. We've got a mask applied to it, so it's not going outside the lines. The next thing we want to do is add transparency. You can do that several different ways. One way is you can go into the layers property of shade. You could go into advanced and change the opacity here. Set that to like 40 or 20. You could also go into the color itself, this shade color layer, lower the opacity in the color itself this way. you can also, in the node view, add a transparency node. Which, for whatever reason, that's usually what I do. And then transparency nodes in Toon Boom is weird. It's the opposite. It's the amount of transparency. So if you want it to be 20% opacity, that means you want the transparency node to be set to 80. It's weird, but that's how it is. And then the last thing, the whole reason we were doing this is to add blending nodes. So if we add a blending node onto our color layer, and because we picked a light pink, if we set the blending mode to multiply, and it's not going to show until we hit the render button. This isn't great on just a neutral white character. I'm going to change his skin color just temporarily, just so you can see what's going on. We'll give him like sort of reddish skin, and then have his shirt be like a deep red. And then it's a bit light, so let's lower the transparency a little bit. So you might have to mess with some things until you get a look that you like, but with Multiply it looks like this with light pink. Besides Multiply, I also like using Linear Burn. Also looks really nice. That might work really well for a character that's colored like this. Linear Burn is really good. It's those two I usually use for a shadow layer. And then yeah, just adjust the transparency, test out Multiply, test out Linear Burn, change the shade color, make it like a darker pink, maybe make it more red, maybe more purple, you know, depending on what look you're going for. But yeah, typically in my animations, I like using pink for shadows. And either Multiply or Linear Burn, and then just adjusting the transparency until I'm happy with it. So maybe something like 60 looks pretty good. But yeah, again, because he's like pure white, it doesn't quite work. It kind of works. It doesn't look terrible. I think if he's white, instead of purple shadows, I would probably want his shadows to be more blue. Like a light blue like that. Looks a bit nicer. Maybe lower the transparency a little bit and bring those shadows out a bit more. That looks pretty good. I think I'm pretty happy with that. So now that our shadow layer is all set up, we don't need to mess with it anymore, so we can hide the node layer for now. So that's our character pretty much colored in and shaded. If you wanted to add a highlight layer, you can. You would just make a new layer, call it highlights. Usually for highlights, again, I like using linear light is really good. Overlay is also really good for highlights. And usually I'll use like a light yellow for highlight layers. What's the point of nodes if it's the same as layers? Nodes are useful for creating character rigs, mostly. But it's also good for, like, compositing effects. Like, if you wanted to add, like, film grain, or if you wanted to add chromatic aberration. It's good for doing stuff like that, too. But mostly, that's what the node view is useful for, is, like, assigning parenting from one layer to the other. Oh, thank you, Windows 10 support ends soon. Thank you for a big reminder. But yeah, the node view is mostly useful for, like adding effects, compositing effects, or creating puppet rigs. It's just that that's the only way I can add blending nodes in Toon Boom Harmony is with the node layer, which is kind of annoying because not any other software is going to do it that way. But you know, it is what it is. Okay, so now we have our character all colored in. Now we need to make a background. Yippee! I love making backgrounds. Background drawing is my favorite, he said with glee and not a hint of sarcasm. For this example, and probably for your homework as well, I would recommend keeping things abstract, you know? One thing you can do with Clip Studio that's pretty useful is you can take things that are in your clipboard. So a really useful hotkey that I like to use is Windows Shift S. If you press Windows Shift S, I don't think this will show up for you guys, but I can drag a box around my screenshot here where the camera view is, go into Clip Studio Paint, and go File, Create New from Clipboard. Here, let me resize the window so you can see it a bit better. Go to File, Create New from Clipboard, and it'll take that exact screenshot that you grabbed. And then you can just take your magic wand tool, select all of the green or whatever your background color is, delete it, and then you've got a reference image of your character. And now you know what colors you can pick for your background that'll look nice and all that. For this background, I'm gonna make it just like a really desaturated purple, I think. We're gonna go with some really desaturated purples and blues. Kind of like this. Maybe take some, I don't know, some spotted kind of spray paint, just mess with it a bit. Add some like paint splatters here and there. Just mess with it. Keep it abstract. The only other part I would like do any rendering on is there's a section where there's going to be like a couch and stuff. You know, that's probably where I would spend more time. But for this close-up shot, I'm just going to keep things kind of abstract. Like if you've seen like Ren and Stimpy backgrounds, that's sort of what I like to take inspiration from. I don't want Halloween music right now. Where's my paint splatter brush? Splatter brush. I think it's under here. Is it under pattern, texture? Here we go. Flyland, I think, is the brush pack that I got most of my texture brushes from. They've got some really good ones. I really like a lot of their like watercolor texture brushes. Look really nice. And since he's so light, I'm gonna add like some darkness around him just so he stands out quite a bit. Sort of mess with the colors, add some abstract stuff here and there, switch the brushes up to get a variety of like different textures and stuff. Maybe take like my gradient tool, throw in like a random gradient there. Go back to my texture brushes. Grab other colors, blotch them in. Maybe add some like white splotches here and there. Where from? I think the website was just called Flyland. I don't remember if they costed money or not. I really like this ice one. It kind of adds like little jaggies to it. Let's add one last little like... Do we want blood splatter? Oh, we haven't saved. Here, let's save. Do you ever mash your keyboard and it asks you if you want to overwrite the file? Yeah, feel free to post the link if you want to. Yeah, nice idea. Let's do Bloodstain. I don't like those, actually. Nah, I don't like those. I changed my mind. It's also like too dark, I think. That's fine. We'll just export that. That looks fine. Good enough for our purposes. Also, sometimes, like, keeping things abstract, it keeps it from, distracting from, your animation, you know? So we'll save this as Sigus Fidus. Go back into our animation, go File, Import, Images. Grab our exported image. It'll import it. You might have to move it above your background layer that you made temporarily. Might have to resize it. Oh, something I forgot. This is actually kind of me messing up. This animation has a pan to it, so you can see how long we made our background because of the camera move. Whoopsie poopsie, I should have made my background longer. What we can do... This won't look very nice, but we can like duplicate it and then flip it horizontal. And then move it to the left so it tiles. Like that. And then we don't need it for the full animation, just for this last scene here. But yeah, if your animation has camera moves in it, make sure you make your background long enough for those camera moves. Oops. Yeah, I use the Flyland textures a lot. They're really great for backgrounds. Alright, so if we click render... So there's our animation with shading and a background. If you really want to plus things up, again, this will be different in Clip Studio or wherever, but I'll try to talk through how you would do it in Clip Studio while I'm doing it in Toon Boom Harmony. So in Toon Boom Harmony, when I want to add composite effects, like things like film grain and texture and things like that, I usually like to do 2 different composite nodes. Like this, and if you're not using Toon Boom, just ignore me. But basically this is just saying like, hey, it's taking this full image and just applying it onto here. It's just taking the full flat image and applying it onto this other composite. What we can do though, is we can take duplicates of that image and put it on top of itself and add things like Gaussian blur. Set that blurriness to like 1, maybe 2. And then add a blending node of overlay. We're starting to get an effect like that. Maybe not overlay. What about add? Let's try add. What does that look like? Well, that is blown out, so we're going to tone that down by adding some transparency. So you can do all this the same with blending nodes and doing different layers in Clip Studio Paint as well. Set the transparency to like 10. Oops, I guess it'd be 90 because it's the opposite. Maybe 80? No, let's go back to 90. And I think up the blurriness, maybe set it to 5? That's a little too subtle. It seems like it's not really doing too much. Let's try maybe just setting it to normal? What does that look like? Oh, there we go. So if we set it to normal and we set it to like 50% opacity, we get this sort of like anime like uwu ugu kind of effect. Where like it just sort of adds a little soft filter on it. If you want to really plus it up, you can add in like a film grain or a noise layer on top of it. And again, this is all stuff you can do with Clip Studio Paint as well, or Krita. Let's see, for this grain, random at each frame, yes, no smoothing. It seems to be overwriting or like anime shading for some reason. Oh, I think I see what happened. I think it has to be on another composite node like this. Again, ignore me, this is all Toon Boom stuff. So the film grain has to happen at the very end, I think. Like that. Let's tone it down. Let's set it to like 0.01. Make it more subtle. Or just 0.1. There we go. It's probably a little bit hard to see, but here's with grain, here's without. It just sort of adds like a little bit of realism, adding film grain to your animations. It also increases the file size, so it's kind of like, I don't know, if you want to do it, you can. I like it personally. I think it's a nice look. But yeah, just adding like a new layer and blurring it, making it a little bit transparent, gives a nice dreamy look, and then adding a little bit of film grain. Just like really polishes off your animation, gives it like a really nice professional look. And then once you're done with your animation, once it's all composited, cleaned up, colored, then you can export it. In most programs, you can just go up to File, Export, and then click Animation or click Movie. In Toon Boom Harmony, it exports it as an MP4 file. Just for like a small talk about like video codecs and stuff. So video codecs are a whole thing. The main two video codecs that I use are H.264, pretty much for 90% of stuff. H.264 makes a really small file size, really easy to share, but you also lose a little bit of color fidelity. It kind of desaturates things a little bit. Power Rangers the movie.mp4. If I want to retain all of my film grain and color quality, then I'll change it from MP4 to a QuickTime movie and go into movie options. And the video codec that I use, the compression codec that I use is PNG. So essentially what I think it's doing is it saves every frame as a PNG file, essentially. So it compresses it very little. And I can also export movies with alpha and transparency this way as well. So if I wanted to do like videos that are transparent over the front of my my stream or anything like that, I can export them this way as well. So they have transparency. If you have sound, don't forget to click the sound button. And I think that's about it. If you're using Adobe Animate, I don't know if this is the case anymore, but by default in Adobe Flash or Macromedia Flash, when you export audio from Flash, it lowers your audio quality. So you have to go into your audio settings and set it to like 24 or 16-bit audio. No Pokemon music. It's a really weird thing. I don't know if that's still the case, but that was a weird like Flash thing. You can always tell like old Flash animations because they have that bad audio quality because they didn't check that setting. Anyways, make sure sound is on. If you're just sharing it on Discord or with friends, use H.264. If you're exporting it for like YouTube and you want the highest quality possible, use PNG animation codec, or there's also the animation codec is also not compressed as well. You can use that one as well. I just prefer PNG because of the transparency and it seems to be a better file size. Anyways, we're just going to set MP4 for now. Just regular file size, export. Oh, make sure it's at same scene resolution, full res. And export. I'm not going to fully render it because we don't have a full animation yet, but that's how you would export your movie. So does anyone have any questions? Anything I didn't go over or anything you would like me to address? Basically, I think we went over every step. So concept to rough animation to tying down to coloring to compositing. Love the bad audio quality. If that's what you're going for, you could absolutely go for that. That's fine. If you would like to continue working on stuff, if you have some homework you would like, here's what I would suggest. I would suggest, you know, finding a piece of audio that you want to animate, keep it short. 5 seconds is like ideal. 10 seconds at the very most. Create character designs for your animation. If you want to take it to the next level and really figure out those characters, do turnarounds for them. So, you know, the 360 like turnaround views. You can look up character turnarounds on Pinterest. Is a really good idea to see how other people do them. Don't forget the thumbnail step. Very important because they're teeny tiny drawings. Really easy ones to throw away. Just make that bigger so you guys can see what your homework is. And these can also be done out of order. Like animation is so many different processes that, you know, do whatever steps make the most sense to you. If you want to do your thumbnails before you have your character turnarounds done, do it. You know, there's no right or wrong way to do this stuff. It's whatever like works for your workflow. But yeah, when you're doing your rough animation, keep it messy, keep it loose. Focus on movement. Don't focus on making nice drawings. Focus on making appealing movements. Keep characters as like lollipops on sticks, essentially, is basically as far as I take it. And then after your roughs are figured out, then you can go into the tie down stage and put them more on model and stuff. And then after your tie downs are figured out, then, you know, cleanup is essentially just taking those tie downs, figuring out your final line work. Then after your line work is done, then you color it. Add any compositing effects you want to. And then export it. If you guys create anything, or if you have anything that you want to share, feel free to join the Discord if you haven't already. Again, thank you to everyone who supported the stream during this month with all the subs and everything. I really appreciate it, you guys. I've been super generous. It means a lot. It brings a tear to this little jackalope's eye. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you guys. This was a lot of fun. Hope you guys learned something. If you guys have any questions at all, even after the stream is over, feel free to reach out to me. Always happy to answer questions. It's one of my favorite things I like to do is teach animation. So feel free to reach out if you have any further questions or you want any questions about animation software. Don't forget, I have a YouTube channel if you want to learn how to animate in different animation programs. Check out my YouTube. And yeah, I think that's about it. I think the only other thing I have to say is Power Rangers the movie. Thanks again, guys. Y'all take care. Thanks for attending class. Be good, behave, make good decisions, do the right thing. Catch you guys next.